Good evening, race fans. Welcome back to the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway for the second week of Fire Weeks. All the festivities leading into the Firecracker 400 taking place on July 1st. Tonight, it's INFRA Pole Day. We have taken 344 drivers who are looking for a shot at a big payday. We have pared that field down to the best 88 through 8 elimination races that took place last week. And now tonight, these 88 drivers are under the ultimate pressure. One timed lap will determine their fate, and we're going to watch it all play out here live tonight. David Schildhouse here, along with my broadcast partners, Parker Kligerman and Landon Cassill. Good to have you boys here with us. And here we are, pole day. We're going to find out who the fastest driver in the land is. These guys have had a number of days to practice. Now we're into open setups. All the drama set to unfold, Parker.
It is, and it's just been a huge, deluge to get here. But we've been keeping track of some of these drivers, seeing what they think time-wise out there, and all those things. So I think there's a lot of things going through people's minds in terms of how to lay down that fastest lap, Landon. But most of all, it's been really cool to see the reception for this event throughout the last 2 weeks amongst social media, amongst fans out there, amongst the drivers, the competitors, iRacing. It's been really cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a lot of fun. We had a lot of drama and a lot of excitement in our prelim races. Parker, a lot of tweets coming from all over in NASCAR industry and our peers that have taken notice. So let's get ready and set this field, figure out how this goes. We've got 88 drivers to get through. So a lot of scenarios, a lot of weather, and then we're going to re-rack them and we're going to lock in 20 of them and re-rack them for tomorrow.
A lot on the line here, and as we said, these drivers have been hard at work trying to perfect their setups as well. And like what we saw in the preliminary races last week, which were fixed setup races, now these guys have been in the lab trying to eke out every little bit of speed, Parker, from these cars. So coming off of those fixed setups, what do you think these guys have been doing to try and get these cars fast?
Well, I mean, I'm no expert, but I try to understand. One, you're going to lay that spoiler down. You're going to have that thing as trimmed out as possible. I think the speeds are going to be insane that we're going to see. But the big thing to me is how did we get here, right? How did we end up with these 88 cars? And it really starts a couple weeks ago, maybe a month or two ago. Landon and I are talking about wanting to do this Firecracker 400. It was sort of his brainchild a little bit, and came together to want to make this. Thought we could get a serious amount of entries, but didn't know what that number was. And then next thing we know, we're at 344 entries trying to get into this race. We had to figure out a system that really harkened back to the Firecracker 400. So then it was like, all right, how do we go from 344 to something manageable that we can do 2-round qualifying, which we're about to go into here tonight. So that's what you're seeing, where we got down to 88 drivers going for 2 rounds here, top 20 lock in. And I think, Landon, these are going to be some crazy speeds we're going to see, because a lot of drivers know you got to have everything perfect if you want to get in that top 20.
Yeah, we don't know who's fast. We don't know any speed, any speeds. We haven't had any practice sessions, official practice sessions, Parker. So it's just up in the air.
Well, the drivers weren't the only ones hard at work. Some of the guys behind the scenes here on the production side have been hard at work as well. Check this out.
At this point in the season, which is exactly halfway through the year, each of the drivers has learned to play his particular role and play it very well. For example, Dale Earnhardt, he's the tough guy, mean and feared, and he likes it that way. Today, he starts from 5th place. Or how about Darrell Waltrip, current national champion? Typecast is brash and outspoken, while off camera he shows a softer side. After blowing an engine in practice, he'll start 23rd. Bill Elliott, last year's leading man with win after win. This year, he seemed to have mislaid the script until suddenly he won big 3 weeks ago. Today, he starts 2nd.
The car is rumbling out of turn 4 into the tri-oval. The pace car is away, and the Firecracker 400 is moments away from receiving the green flag.
Not show up on the board, but he has been very much a factor in this whole thing.
That's a 1.5-mile track.
And now they
they run it flat out without as much as even backing off from the turns. Watch as Dale Earnhardt in car number 3.
The leader right now is Ken Schrader. White flag is out. They're in the final lap.
All right, that's hype. Let me say it. That was badass. If that doesn't get you smiling and hype for this thing, I don't know what will. That was incredible. That is so well done. That's the first time I'd actually seen it. So job well done to the whole production crew, Parker, Landon. Man, that's exciting. What do you guys think? How are you feeling after seeing that?
Parker, it gives me the chills watching that, knowing how much these guys are putting into this with the open setups, preparing all the variables that they're not used to seeing with real weather and this big of a field. I'm ready to go. So let's see it.
Yeah, that was that hype video. I mean, just incredibly well done. You know, it's something that Landon has been talking to me for a while about wanting to get that right and wanting to, get the flair of this event, the flair of what is it, first of all, how do we harken back to that, original Firecracker 400s from the late 80s with that footage from the NASCAR Hall of Fame, which has been really cool, but then also incorporate some of the new age, what we're doing here with iRacing and those, the incredible recreations they've created in iRacing. So I think that video encapsulates as well. It kind of shows the pressure and the prestige of hopefully being one of those 43 drivers that's going to make it into the Firecracker 400. But that starts here in qualifying, David. And I think, there's a couple things that we've identified as those keys, but I don't know. Even if we had a laundry list of things that was important, I don't know if we'd touch them all, but I think, if we look at those couple things, it should give us a little bit of an idea of, all right, this is what we're going to be looking to hit. So, David, if you want to take some of these away, by all means, jump in any time. But yeah. I'm just going to start at the top.
Yeah, it's a good place to start. Catching the right wind is certainly going to be very, very important tonight. Variable weather, so much like real life, modeling that, some guys are going to get a faster lap just because they got the right weather, and that is something that real-world race drivers, face every time they hit the track. So catching the right wind, if you get that tailwind down the straightaways or that headwind that's going to slow you down a little bit, a lot of variability there, but not a bad thing in my opinion, and that adds some of the intrigue here. And how these guys have been testing behind closed doors, Parker, that we talked about, trying to get these cars fast. What have they been doing? They've only had a very small scope of what they can test and how they can test now. And I can promise you this, they don't know what the other teams have got going on. They don't know how fast these other guys are. So they know what they've got, but they don't know what anyone else has. And they're about to find out, I think.
And before you go any further, Landon, talk about the win, because this is a big point for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually been a little bit of a potential hot topic. Well, not a potential, definitely a hot topic among drivers in the Firecracker 400. A lot of drivers wanted to see static wind. They felt like that was the most fair scenario. But I had to kind of share that this isn't about necessarily being fair. This is about the most accurate, realistic representation of what the race in real life would look like. So we're using to the best of our abilities, the same weather that happened in Daytona today, starting at 12 o'clock. The first car rolling off, obviously, at 12:30 in the sim. So the weather at 12:30, the wind was about 6 miles an hour, blowing out of the west. And then about an hour from now, it's going to go up to 9 miles an hour blowing out of the west, and then it's going to drop down to 3 miles an hour. So not going to be the same playing field for everybody, but it's going to be just like it would have been if we were really in Daytona today.
Yeah, and I think it's awesome. We had people texting me just before this, some drivers wanting to know, wait, so what's the deal, with this wind deal and everything? And it's like, Hey, look, it's real. It's real. But do you ever know the wind's going to be down in Daytona when you go out to qualify? No. And it's always something you're watching. Well, you're going to have to do the same thing here.
Yep, there's going to be a lot of crew chiefs making excuses for their driver just like they would in real life. And there's going to be a lot of drivers frustrated. The track usage is going to be dynamic. We're starting at 30% track usage, which is about where we would have been when we finished the prelim nights. There wasn't a lot of rain in Daytona over the last couple days. And obviously the weather, the sun is going to be moving in the sky over the course of the afternoon. It's going to get hotter, and then it's going to get cool again. So the first 30 minutes are going to be the coolest in the last 30 minutes.
So, David, I want to jump into the testing behind closed doors because this is pretty interesting. You mentioned it. So a lot of the drivers have been commenting in some of the chats we have set up about their lap times, that sort of thing. But you can tell that there's a small portion that are doing that. There hasn't been the entirety of all 88 drivers saying exactly what times they have. And everyone I've talked to has said, yeah, I think I need to do this. I think I'm pretty fast if I do this. But to be honest, I've got no idea. And I think that's the key here is that no one has been really putting up exactly what they think is fast. No one's run these cars really in this format or with this open setups here, so they don't know exactly what the best of the best are going to bring. So that is going to be something I think all drivers are watching from the start to finish of this is exactly who is fast and what is it going to take lap time wise, Landon, because if you don't know, you really just don't know what to shoot for, and therefore you're just going to go run your lap and hope that's enough.
Yeah, Parker. I mean, I've had all the drivers in our Discord channel on the eRacer Discord reaching out to me, just, giving some feedback. A lot of drivers sending me messages, letting me know how fast they've run in practice, what they've been doing. And I get 100 different answers on what weather they were using, trying to predict the weather, predicting when they're going to go out. They didn't know what their draw might be. And, I've had guys everywhere from saying they can run a 4260 to a 43 flat thinking they're good to make the race. So Parker, we got to take the top 20 tonight. These guys have never been all in the same place at the same time to put up their setups and put their driving skills to the track.
So David, I got a question for you.
Lay it on me. What you got?
All right. How good are you at shifting? You're a car guy. You like manual?
That's what I grew up learning how to do, was manual transmission. Yes, sir.
So tonight you've got to shift with that clutch. And you've got to go through all 4 gears, and that is on a 1-lap deal. That's going to be super key. That's why we say getting through the gears is important, because if you miss a shift in one of these cars, we've been told it's worth at least a 10th, maybe more, to miss a shift. So it's even banging it off the rev limiter. These shifts have to be perfect. You've got to use the clutch. You've got to shift it well. You've got to shift it perfectly. What does that sound like? It sounds like real life, but even more because you got to use a clutch. We don't even do that nowadays. So that's incredibly hard. I think that's going to be interesting to watch because I've messed up a shift in one of these cars every race I've done and every restart. So I don't know how these guys are going to do that, knowing the pressure on the line here.
Yeah, incredibly hard to do. We talked about it a number of times throughout the prelim races on the restarts. We had enough problems with restarts. We won't talk about that tonight, but getting up through the gears in these cars is incredibly difficult, and the guys who can master that are really the ones who I think stand to benefit the most, and it can be the difference between being in the top 20 and being on the outside looking in. So yeah, they've been practicing everything, the perfect line to run. We saw that last bullet point, turn 4, being the real critical turn here, how you get out of turn 4 to launch down that front straightaway, both on your getting up to speed lap and then coming to take that checkered flag. Because again, 1 shot qualifying, 1 lap, that's it. If you mess up anywhere, it's going to be game over for you. You're going to be outside of that top 20. So that being said, boys, it's time. We're launching our first car off of pit road. It's going to be Tony Ball. That Gatorade machine drew P1 here out of 88 to make his qualifying run. So we'll watch him get up through the gears, how you manage this apron. Parker, another critical part of this as well, because it's not easy down there on the flats.
David, we're not requiring these drivers to use the apron. So this is something that Tony is choosing to do himself. Drivers can drive straight up onto the track. We will clear their black flag. But that's up to Tony here as he comes down the backstretch in that beautiful looking 84 Gatorade machine.
I think that'd slow you down, right? I mean, that's why we allowed him to try to be more realistic, saying, hey, look, you don't need to do that. But who knows? Maybe it puts tire heat in it. I don't know. That's interesting. Or maybe just didn't read the rules. I don't know. But I'm not going to say. I love that fan still running down there in the bottom. I thought I'd cut that off. I think we should put it out here real quick, though. I've been hearing about speeds over 215 miles an hour down the straightaways in testing. So low speed in the mid mid center of the corner, 205 miles an hour. So these things are absolutely flying, which would just be insane in real life, but obviously is even really fast in a sim.
We see Tony Ball working down the back straightaway. Winner of a lot of second split races here is what I've come to know about the driver out of Tampa, Florida. 2017 Coke 400 winner in second split. 2018 Daytona 500 winner in second split. And the 2020 Coke 600 winner in second split. So he knows how to win big races. Tony Ball down across the apron there. That's perfectly legal to do. Not sure I like coming back up. Not quite on the bottom across the line. That might cost him some time. But the first lap is in the books for Tony Ball. It looks like it's going to be a 42.809. And so now we got one done, 87 to go.
That's quick.
Not a bad lap.
Yeah.
Pretty decent lap for Tony. And, you know, you saw him sliding after the line. We instructed the drivers if they wreck their car, we are going to call it a backup car, happen to go to a backup car. So their time will stand if they crash before or after the start-finish line. But they'll have to start at the tail of the field.
What do you think about the strategy of going down to take the flag on the flat there, but actually coming back up on the track? Wouldn't that slow him down? Isn't that a little bit slower way to do it? When he was coming to the checkered flag, that seemed like, I don't know, it seemed like he cost himself some time. He didn't quite get it right.
David, I had a lot of guys ask me about that and if they were allowed to do it. So I think there was some interest in doing it. But a couple drivers had told me that there's a little bit of speed there if you do it just right, but the car's a real handful coming off the banking and back onto the banking, and it can actually cost you speed.
I would think.
Well, here we got a look at Michael Guest for Team Dillon Esports, a eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver, currently 25th in the standings over there. Your 2018 eNASCAR All-Star Open winner, along with being a Rallycross World Championship driver from 2018 to 2019 as well. Well accomplished here on the sim as he works through 3 and 4. Parker coming down the line. Let's see how he approaches this one. If he'll be like Tony Ball and go down low or stay up on the track.
Well, see as he comes to the line. Looks like, below, he's going to slide across the line, trying to use some of that apron. Getting real interesting there across the line, but it's a good lap. At the same time?
That's identical.
Got him by just 1,000.
Yeah. Wow. It's close already.
I mean, every spot is gonna matter for these drivers. I mean, that's incredible to start this up that close.
Jeez. All right. So the first 2 cars go out and they run identical times. Parker, real quick, what does that tell you about these guys?
It's gonna be close, and that they've practiced. I think it's gonna come down to a couple of our keys. It's gonna come down to just the little tiny minute differences between each driver and how they get to the gears, what their line is, that little bit difference in setup, and maybe even weather. That's the thing. This weather is going to change a little bit through all these sessions. The wind is a bit variable, so catch that right gust. All of that's going to add up to have that magical perfect lap time to go for the pole.
Absolutely. I mean, our track temp right now, Parker, is 131, which, that's a little bit warmer than I thought it would be at this time. But it likely, when this session opened at noon in the sim, the track temp was probably in the low to mid 120s, so it's definitely going up.
Certainly something to keep an eye on as it gets hotter out there. It's going to change, if they get cloud cover, if they get the wind, all that stuff like we talked about can really affect the lap as we look at Will Cooley here from Lockdown Racing out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, the 2017-2018 NASCAR iRacing Pro Series driver and a participant in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series back in 2017 as well. Works down the back straightaway into turn 3, and of course, you look on the car, that INFRA livery, very sharp-looking car.
It's a beautiful car. It looks smooth so far. It's very smooth. And what's he got? Once again. Oh, man.
A little bit off.
A little bit off, yep. I love watching the finishes of these laps.
Yeah, he seemed to have the smoothest approach to the line of the 3 that we've seen so far, but perhaps he lost some time somewhere else, either getting up through the gears or his line through the corners, or perhaps, again, just the weather affecting him there. But Will Cooley will be third fastest out of 3. Now we got Brian Mullen here in that number 41, that Federal Express paint scheme. Again, another sharp-looking race car there, Parker. I like it.
It does look good. Everyone's brought their A game in the paint scheme department. It's been really cool to see a lot of the paint schemes that have showed up and that have been created and that are throwbacks or harken back. So that's just such a cool one there. I think it's very similar to what we saw Denny Hamlin have in the prelims. So Brian Mullen representing the Federal Express here for Denny Hamlin in the top 88.
215 miles an hour at the back end, or at the end of the back straightaway there for Brian Mullen. You talked about it, Parker. 215 miles an hour seems to be that magical number these guys are shooting for. If they can really hold on to it and get a good launch down that back straightaway, Mullen across the line. Ooh. And he's going to be the slowest out of the 4 drivers so far. 42.972 up on the board for him. So disappointment, I'm sure right there. Couldn't get down to the 8s. That seems to be, at least from the first 3 drivers, sort of the ballpark you want to be in.
If the funny thing is, when you watch something like this, if some of these drivers are seeing, or their crew chiefs are telling them, their teammates, all right, they're going across the apron there at the finish, or they've all figured this out themselves. But it's funny to see them all doing that and knowing that a lot of them didn't get to test each other. There wasn't, a lot of public qualifying testing happening. So for them all to be doing that little move at the end of the lap, I wonder if it's monkey see, monkey do, or they all plan that.
I think it's risky, Parker, but I didn't do Q runs. I mean, I ran a lot of prelim races. I knew exactly how these cars drove in the prelims. I didn't make a lot of Q runs, so I did run some laps on that apron. I think you gain 100th right when you go down there, and it's just a matter of how much of it you lose on your way back up.
Yeah.
All right, Keith Jeffrey on the lap here. And that number 65 General Tire Machine. Keith out of Auburn, Washington. Got a 4,500 I rating, 334 starts on the service, 46 wins, 36 poles. Pretty accomplished driver right there, as he, once again, looking at the speed going into turn 3, 215. Just touched it for a moment. We look at the lines. I don't see these guys just right on that yellow line either, Parker. It looks like you want to be about a half a lane up off that yellow line.
It's really about the bumps. You watch them go through there. It's so bumpy now. Oh, look at this. Just barely goes below the apron. Doesn't do it quite as much as everyone else. Then he's going to slot in, looks like 3rd there?
290.
Slot in 4th. So a little bit off. 4th. But
another driver in the 9s.
Yeah, and wait a second. We got a heavy hitter right here.
Uh-oh. Heavy hitter.
William Byron right up.
Winner of one of the prelim races, too.
And pole sitter. I think the line of this driver right here could dictate the rest of at least the next 10 or 15 cars that are watching. We talked about whether you're clipping the yellow line on entry, how much to drift up, Parker, whether or not to use the apron at the start-finish line. One of Williams' disadvantages to an early draw, if there is one, is that whatever he does, everybody is just likely to copy the rest of this qualifying session. Unless he's slow, I guess. We'll see, but I don't expect him to be too slow.
Well, he was very interested in what's happening, very interested in the weather. I can tell you that. I think he was put a lot of effort into it this afternoon, so we'll see sliding it there off of turn 4 on the high side. This could, as you said, be the example set for the rest of the field if it's fast.
Yeah, and obviously that's a beautiful looking car there with the Logitech on the hood. William Byron Esports certainly got a lot of assistance from his eNASCAR Coca-Cola Series driver, Nick Ottinger. I know they work very well together. They practiced a lot, did a lot of testing together for the Pro Invitational Series.
Oh, I'm sure Nick had much influence in this setup, knowing these two and the way they work together. So if this is quick, Nick can put a feather in his cap, but it's looking smooth, looking good through the bumps. It's holding a steady line. Not a big slide off 4. You think so?
Yeah, this is going to be quick. I was looking at the speed going into 3. He held 215 longer than anybody. Oh, there it is. First driver into the 7s. Yeah,
wow.
Just barely edges out Michael Guest, but that was a flyer right there. That was so smooth.
Very smooth. And it makes me wonder about the track, though, because there's a lot of guys have told me they can do a 42.6. And I've heard of guys that are running in 42.5. So I don't know if they're running different track conditions. If the track's a little slow right now because of the heat. I mean, we got the heat cranked up because it's 90 degrees in Daytona. But yes, obviously a 79 is pretty good at the moment.
I mean, we're not going to take the word of these drivers who haven't shown us any proof of what lap time they can run, right? I mean, you drivers never tell the truth when you're trying to get an advantage on somebody.
Yeah, you never tell the same thing twice, I guess.
I mean, I would tell everybody I'm out here running 5s also, just to screw with them a little bit, get in their head.
I'd say that, or I'd say I'm at a 47.0. Sorry, it's all I got.
Yeah, exactly. We worked on it for 2 hours, and we went from a 48.5 to a 47.0.
Yeah.
Hey, we've got the
sorry, guys, figured it out.
We've got the Radius bounty car right here, and this is the 1K. I know it doesn't match what's on the pylon, but that's because that's the Radius 1K.
Well, explain to us the Radius 1K.
Well, it's the $1,000 bounty if you win with this paint scheme. Radius, our good friends at Radius, put up the $1,000 bounty at the LCQC. They wanted to see it again, so that's the Radius 1K house car. Also, we've got Garrett Smithley driving the Radius 53 house car.
So you're saying on top of, if he wins the Firecracker 400, he gets 2K for that, and he'll get an additional 1K, so he could win 3K by winning this race?
Another $1,000 from Radius, yes.
Wow. That's Jared Ickes out of Claysburg, Pennsylvania. Over 600 starts on the service. Down to the line he goes. Not the best lap in the world. Big slide there. But
Huge slide.
It's hard to tell what a good lap is right now. I mean,
42.79 is really good right now.
I know. I guess I just don't know. I don't. It's hard to tell what, based on what people had told us. Like I said, guys that said they could run 60s. I know plenty of drivers that had been consistently running 60s. So to see William Byron run a 42.79 tells me the tracks must be a little bit slow.
It's not a static environment. It's not one set weather. Maybe they tested in one set weather, but this is the point of this. We're not exactly going to know who is those fastest 20 and who's going to get the pole for the Firecracker 400 until we run through all these cars and we go through all the scenarios of what the weather is across this entire qualifying session. So I think that's why it's designed the way it is, and I think it's what's going to make it exciting. So just because William Byron ran a 42.79 right now, and that might be quick right now, don't think that's going to be the quickest later today if the temperature drops.
Well, I mean, I'm getting DMs on Discord right now that are telling me that with this weather, the pole will be around a low 7. So, if we got Byron at a 79, that means there's still, another 900ths maybe out there. That's 900ths with this field of cars. If the pole is a low 7, William might not be able to transfer in a top 20 in 900ths. I mean, do you think a tenth of a second would get you 20 spots?
That's going to be a close field. That's going to be a really close field.
Maybe in
Landon,
fixed setup.
Look back at your LPQC.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think fixed setup is static weather. With open setup, it's going to open up the competition a little bit more.
I think you're looking at a 2/10 spread from pole to 20th.
20th.
Yeah, I think it's 2/10, roughly 2/10. So, it's going to be, well, Kyle Trudell. That's not going to be enough, unfortunately.
No, it was through 3 and 4s where he really lost it as well. He scrubbed a lot of speed. He didn't have a good run down the back straightaway either. Again, the speedometer only hitting 213, so he was 2 miles an hour slower down the back straightaway than William Byron and most of the other guys towards the top of the pylon right now. And all that starts back how you get through 1 and 2 and how you get off of turn 2 to make the run down the back straightaway. So, yeah, a lot of time left on the track there by Kyle Trudell, the driver out of Monterey, California. And that'll lead us into one Breyer LaPrat representing Team Lowline Racing, as well as Burton Kligerman Esports. So we'll see what Patriot Breyer can do here.
I'm expecting huge things. Huge things, David.
A lot of speed here out of Breyer?
Yeah, yep. Huge speed. He's got Valvoline motor oil underneath the hood there, so that's
right.
key. And
It
that's
was
always a
lockdown
speed
racing.
secret. What?
Well, he is with Lockdown Racing. I should have trusted my gut. I don't know why.
Yep.
Sorry
You knew
to
what you were talking
everybody. I know. I'm just,
Ledford Billiard Supply. That's a long-term sponsor of his, and someone that's really supported him through his sim racing career. So good to see them on board here. In this
Big
car,
career,
but
by the way. Parker,
Oh, yeah.
1,600 starts for Breyer. And he's got almost 200 wins. He's at 198. So he's only 2 wins away from Richard Petty's record.
That is a lot of starts, Landon.
Yep.
I think
And
that's
how many-
more starts than I have by far. Oh!
Yep.
He's up the hill there.
Big bubble.
Yeah, big
Oh, he's
bobble.
loose. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
He kept his foot in it.
He did, but I don't know. I don't think that's going to be fast.
Nah, he
That's our-
lost a lot of time.
It's really our first big bobble we've seen. And we knew it was possible. We knew this wasn't going to be simple. This isn't just easy, flat out. Oh, it happened again down 3 and 4. I think that car, it's actually sparking.
Really loose.
Oh, really loose off 4. Yeah, this is just a car that you'd say, all right, that wasn't set up for the conditions.
Yeah, well,
That's evil.
43.04. I mean, that's
crazy.
That's crazy to be able to run that. He had his hands
Imagine
full.
if
He
that
must
thing was
have
under him.
clearly stayed in the gas, but that car was definitely all over the place. He's at least going to need to tighten it up for the race, depending on which one he ends up in. Brian Blackford, my crew chief, who goes out late in the session, I think 84th. Brian had told me that he expects at least a couple drivers to lose it completely, or maybe hit the fence off of turn 4. As you see the instant replay on Breyer here. Yeah, that car's just a handful. I mean, you're basically got 10-degree spoiler, Parker. You're taking all the downforce, all the drag out of this thing.
Yeah, it's as low as it'll go. It's got nothing back there, and then it comes down to how loose you want to set up mechanically and how much can you hold on to. And the other side of it is it's not just faster to be loose, but it has to be controlled loose, because you get those big slides. That's just going to slow you down as well. So it's that perfect balance you have to find, David.
Yep, we look at Steph Marinac here out of Williston, Florida. You see the old Florida Gators livery on that car, looking sharp. I'm sure people are doing the chomp, seeing Steph go around the racetrack for Empire Racing Team. 715 starts here on the service, 61 wins. So a pretty accomplished little resume there as the timed lap will start. We'll see if the conditions affect this car the way it affected Breyer LaPrade. Pretty tight line there through 1 and 2. You see it hit the bumps, wash up the track a little bit, but certainly well under the driver there, not out of shape like we saw out of LaPrade. Down the back straightaway now for Marinac. Pretty good little run here, running halfway into the groove down the back straightaway, not up against the wall. Do you think there's something to that there, running away from that outside wall?
Well, knowing he's a Gators fan, he's probably a big fan of Daytona as well. So he's hoping to bring some home state spirit to this race here. But it looks smooth. We'll see if it has the speed. It doesn't quite have it.
No, not quite there. Second slowest of all of our time drivers so far. That's only going to be good for 9th place out of 10. So some disappointment there for Steph Marinac for sure.
My dad used to tell me they're always comfortable when they're going slow. So sometimes when you're too comfortable and too smooth, Parker, it's not necessarily the fastest.
Yeah, that's
and we saw that.
True.
I mean, we saw that with LaPrade. I mean, his car looked like a handful. It was all over the racetrack, and it was almost 0.3 faster than that lap.
That was really impressive. I couldn't believe it.
That's why I hired him, right, Parker?
That's what we did, yes. Saw that kind of talent. That was serious driving talent right there. The car was bottoming out. It was all over the place. It was completely out of control, and yet still ran a respectable lap time that I'm sure he won't be happy with, but you put on a lap time like that after performance of hanging on that thing, it's a pretty cool feeling.
Just imagine if the car was hooked up and under him, how fast he would have been,
Well,
Look at this.
We might have to see that in round 2 tomorrow night if he doesn't able to lock himself in the top 20.
Yeah, this beauty of a paint scheme right here. I mean, I love the kind of 3-toned colored car, the striping there. What's the sim pit?
He's out of shape. He's
and
losing
there he
it.
is.
There's one of those cars we were talking about possibly spinning out. Andrew
Oh.
Fayosh with a great save, but that's going to absolutely destroy his lap time. Just sent it in there, and she didn't grip up. She didn't hold at all, and He'll just finish the lap for the sake of finishing it, but unfortunate for Andrew Fayosh. A top talent for sure. Longtime veteran of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, Podium Esports 2019 Gold Division champion as well, but just could not hold on to the car there.
And Andrew, there's a handful of drivers in the field that did not want to see that from Andrew as well, because that's one that is going to be able to transfer or is going to have the speed to transfer. So I'm a little worried for the drivers that were expecting to see more out of Andrew.
He's definitely going to want to rerun tomorrow. So it now puts you in a position of, all right, if you were one of those drivers that was hoping to be on the fringe of the top 20, maybe you want to hold on to your time, that's going to be someone that's going to, is most likely going to get that car together and bump you out if you're on the bubble there of making the top 43.
Hey, we've got my very own Dylan Gooden coming up to speed. I know Dylan driving the Cassill Motors. The Cassill Motors, your friend in the car business, house car right there, looking good. Look at that thing. That thing's beautiful. It makes you want to go buy a used car from a family-owned small business.
Are you in the market for a used car, Landon?
No, but that's the old family business right there. Actually, I am kind of in the market for a used car. I drive a Toyota Tacoma. I've driven for a couple years. It's time to swap her out. But
I thought
Dylan's been working. No, I should give it away. It's a good car, but Dylan's got some speed. Let's hope for the best here for Dylan. He's been working really hard, and I know how excited he was, Parker, to race his way in. See what kind of line he runs. I think everybody's picked up on that shallow entry and at least that one lane off. I think at this point in the corner, it's just about getting the car rotated and unwinding the wheel so that there's no tension on your force feedback. That's what I focus on, is just not having tension on your force feedback and making sure you have that sort of dead spot in your steering wheel.
Well, I think that would be tough with how much I'm seeing the wheel move, though, and how much these cars are moving around. I think it would be tough to just set it in there like you're talking about. Like, this isn't the modern-day cars. You actually have to kind of drive them, on these qualifying laps. 42.883, that was a pretty good lap.
It's not bad for Dylan. I don't know. See where that'll put him. Puts him 6th. Be interesting to see how that shakes out. I think that we're just early enough. The track temp is still kind of climbing. We're up to 134 track temp. So track temp is really, really warm here, Parker. But I don't know, fighting the wheel or at least seeing the wheel move, Parker, doesn't make me too nervous, because that can mean that you're just light with the wheel with your hands. You have a light grip and you're just letting the wheel move and the car is naturally holding its line. I feel like if you just have the wheel stuck through the corner and there's no sort of deflection in the wheel, then those tires are sliding every time they bounce, especially here at Daytona on this rough surface.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, we see here the driver out of Joe Gibbs Racing, Josh Parker, in that throwback interstate battery scheme. A lot of memories come to mind when I see that paint scheme. Of course, I think about Bobby Labonte when I see that paint scheme. And Josh Parker, of course, represent Joe Gibbs Racing, 2009 iRacing Pro Series champion, won eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series victory back at Phoenix in 2010. And somebody I think we can qualify as a heavy hitter here in this one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Josh is one of the veterans of the platform, Parker.
He is. We've all raced with him a lot. He's a front runner, and he doesn't back down, and he's one of those guys who will let you know that he's good and that he believes he's good. But I think he always backs it up with really good performances. So I'm expecting a lot of speed out of him, especially expect him to be one of the top 43 for the Firecracker 100.
Now, he's running a lot lower line through the corner than I think we've seen other drivers. A lot of guys been drifting up. He kind of held it a little more tighty.
Definitely a tighter line, and 42.848. Oh! Whoa, no! Whoa. Spins it! Don't hit anything.
He's good. He got this.
Wow.
That's how he planned it. Just how he planned it.
That'll put him a backup car, but I think it might be clean.
That was wild, guys.
Didn't see any damage there. Oh man! Up next, we got Trevor Perry here driving our trans service ride.
Let's take a look at Josh Parker's wild spin there just after the line. He was getting everything he could, and you see just down on the flat, the car de-wedges as he crosses back over the 2 different degrees of banking from the racetrack to the flat there, and around she goes. But thankfully, they got all that runoff area down there where the road course connects back up to NASCAR turns 1 and 2, and with all that asphalt, very easy to slow that car down. So no problem there. As we look at Trevor Perry, Parker, another guy that you brought on board there at Burton Kligerman Esports, and the trans service house car, as you said. Let's see what old Puck Vanek can do.
Yep. Trevor has a huge following on Twitch, as you know, David, just like yourself, has a great community around him. One of the good guys on the service. Oh, the car's bouncing around a lot out there next to the wall, but he's also a very talented driver. So I brought him. Oh, man, he's all over the place.
This thing is either really fast or, I mean, this thing is wild. This is exciting. I mean, this is how Brian described to me these things drive. I mean, he's like, man, I don't know if I can hit it perfectly.
Well, I wonder if he and Breyer went to the same speed shop or something, because these 2 cars look very similar. A wiggle again through 1 and 2. Let's see what kind of speed he has down the backstretch. Is he going to get close to 215? 214, 215, just clipsing 215 as he went off into turn 3. So it's still got some speed in it if he can keep it a little tidier here off 4.
Let's see the trans service. Hopefully the trans service transfer into the 400 car. Parker, did you guys like that?
That was nice. That was nice.
42.92. That's not gonna.
It's gonna be tight.
Yeah, that's gonna be tight. It's hard to see. It's hard to tell really where the track is. You know, I mean, if some of these guys really think that the speed is in the low 7s, it's hard to say. You know where the speed's at. So we haven't seen any sign of a low 7 in 14 cars so far.
Oh, we won't see it till we do, right?
Well put. Well put.
Guys, you come to me for that great,
great analysis. Yep.
That is
only the best.
You're not going to find that anywhere else other than right here with Parker Kligerman. You're not going to see it until you do. And damn it, he's right.
Can't be wrong with that one, guys. I'm done. I'll see you later.
We got Kenny Kibbe up on the track next in that the number 4 machine out of Michigan there, representing 234 starts for Kenny. 6 wins to his name and right up along the wall there. So I'm curious to think if the consensus is that a pole time is going to be in the low 7s or a high 6, and we're this far off from seeing a lap like that because they're just getting a little bit slower right now. A little bit of cloud cover here for the first time on this lap, though. What's that going to do for Kenny possibly?
And it's gonna be nice, but the track temp is 135. I feel like he's really working this thing.
And that's, in real life, I always believed in the cloud. There's some that don't believe in the cloud, and I'm not talking about cloud computing. I'm talking about the cloud coming over the racetrack and making it faster. But for Kenny here, he's hoping that does have some sort of effect here in lap time at Daytona. It's always debatable if it does, but we'll see what these guys comes across the line. Oh!
Nah, he was
40,
very
that's not
sideways.
gonna cut it.
Nope.
Yeah, he was way out of shape. A lot of these corners, just the rear end sliding around, no rear grip. And that's the second slowest time that we've seen put up so far. So Kenny Kibbe definitely going to have a second run in him here, I would imagine. Not the lap he was looking for. Hey, guys, I want to say real quick before we get Christian Sanford on track, do want to remind everybody watching, whether you're on Twitch, on Twitter, or on Facebook, thank you so much for tuning in. If you want to be involved in the discussion with everything happening here tonight for INFRA Poll Day, you can use the hashtag Firecracker400 on Twitter, and we'll keep the conversation going there along with all the chats for all those platforms. And, of course, we have yet another suit review from our good friend Blake McCandless, Mr. F4 Speed, checking in on Twitter. Here's his suit review for tonight, guys, if you're ready for this. I still look like an accountant. Parker looks like the owner of a hotel, and Landon Cassill looks like a hedge fund manager.
All right, finally I got a good one.
You did. Yeah. Now we're all working for you because you're the rich one.
I'd say that's nicer than what you guys have gotten in the past couple of reviews, right?
It is. I'll take the hotel. I saw Radius did tweet that they said it's a boutique hotel in the Mediterranean, which I'll absolutely take. So we're on the same page.
Boutique hotel in the Mediterranean. David, we also
a wonderful time.
That's great. You know, I'm gonna have to type this myself in the chat. If you type exclamation point, whoa! Right as I'm typing, Blue Emu just gifted a ton of subs in the chat. If you type exclamation point discount, you get 10% off. There's instructions to go to buyinfra.com, which our title sponsor. Infra is a IT hardware supplier. Is that car?
Not to cut you off.
Is sideways off turn 4.
Yeah, Sanford there in the Ventrax Monte Carlo just got completely sideways over the bump off of turn 4, slid it through the tri-oval. It's a 43.6. It's not going to be fast.
I thought it was a 42.6, Parker.
Oh yeah, no, your heart jumped for a second.
Off. My heart jumped. I was like, Christian just went to the pole. We were talking about we had 5 different sponsor plugs all at the same time with Blue Emu in the chat, Infra, Discount, and Ventract blowover car all at the same time. Oh, that's great. Man. We'll talk about that later. Go to the chat and type in exclamation point discount. You guys will figure it out.
That might live in infamy as one of the greatest sponsor plug moments ever.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Ooh,
Big
heavy
thank
hitter
you
right
to
here.
Blue Emu as well. If you got a gifted sub from Blue Emu who gifted 20 subs to the community, please make sure to say thank you to them. Thank you so much, Blue Emu, for showing the love to the community and supporting this great event as we look at absolutely one of the big names here, Michael Conti, out of the eNASCAR iRacing Coca-Cola Series for Junior Motorsports and Team Conti, currently 5th in points, has been having a great season. Your 2014 Series champion, 9-time winner, and the youngest pole winner in NASCAR Pro Series and eNASCAR Coca-Cola Series history, along with the youngest winner in the eNASCAR Series as well. So age has been on Michael Conti's side, and he's taking great advantage of it as he gets up to speed here.
Very intelligent racer, too. Sorry to cut you off there, Landon.
He's a good one, and that's okay. I got to tell you, I have crew chiefed one eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series race in my career, and that was for Michael Conti. It was about 5 years ago. I built a setup for him to run Richmond, and he qualified 7th, I believe, but it was a short run car, and we had some long runs, and he struggled. I think we finished like 17th or 18th.
So you're not saying you weren't invited back after that?
You never called me back. No, I didn't. Did never get to crew chief for him again. Looking for a sponsor. Michael needs a sponsor. If he makes his field, let's get him. Somebody needs to reach out to him.
In the eNASCAR Series, I was going to say, he's a very intelligent racer. He actually does a lot of his own sponsor promotion, that sort of thing. Works with Junior Motorsports on that. Oh, car gets very sideways. That's a fast one.
But that's going to go P1.
Wow. That was very quick.
I didn't want to call it, but it did look really, really good. I just didn't want to jinx him. He was flying around this racetrack. That was, smooth. So smooth, just like William Byron's lap. So smooth.
That's great. And the track temp is kind of leveling off. It's at 134 right now. It peaked at 135. So, let's see what time it is. Just after 8 minutes after 1 o'clock in the sim. So it's track temp could be leveling off. We'll keep an eye on it.
Well, that's one thing to keep in mind, because you have a lot of drivers who are gonna try and blame the track conditions at times, that sort of thing. And there goes Michael Conti going fair way into this session up to P1, showing the track still has the speed in it.
Well, we saw that in the LCQC, Parker. I mean, remember Eddie Kerner went out really late, and there hadn't been any drivers that really put up a decent lap to speak of, and then Eddie Kerner just sticks it to all of them in the last couple cars and wins 10 grand.
Look at Craig Arvanitas here in the STP colors, and I'll say this: I was listening to Craig getting up through the gears. Parker, he bounced that thing off the chip. Going up through the gears. We talked about how that's such a no-no. It can cost up to a 10th there as the car steps out sideways. So Craig having an adventure here on his lap.
Yep.
Yeah, he got loose off of 2 again there. Gets it back to the center of the racetrack, doing about 210, 212. about 213 into turn 3, and we've seen as high as 215, maybe even eclipsing 216. So doesn't quite have the speed down the straightaway. Lends me to believe that unless there's a lot of speed in the corners in this old STP Richard Petty lookalike, I don't think it will quite have the speed.
No, not going to be the best lap. 43.372 for Arvanitas. That'll slot him in. Let's see. Where does that put him? It puts him 5 up from the bottom. We've run, what, 17 cars. So, yeah, not a great lap there. He'll be looking at running a second one for sure.
Definitely.
Blue Emu with more subs. So I guess every time we put the Blue Emu onboard camera on, they just pile some subs in. Holy cow. Another 10
20
right
and another
there
10 just now. So that's 50 gifted subs by Blue Emu. Again, if you're getting a gifted sub from Blue Emu, please let them know in chat how much you appreciate the love and support. And again, a huge thanks to Blue Emu for their continuing support of everything that's going on here as we look at Malik Ray, another driver out of Joe Gibbs Racing, that rowdy energy machine hitting the track. Certainly one to keep an eye on. Another eNASCAR iRacing Coca-Cola Series driver, and a fast one at that. And one of the most exciting guys in all of sim racing as well. You want a hype man, Malik Ray's your guy.
Oh, man. His reactions in the LCQC from his stream were priceless. So I love having Malik. I hope has some success here. These cars have shown to be a handful. I think if there's anybody that can handle it, it's a guy that's carrying the Rowdy Busch colors.
He is. He's awesome. He's a great character. I love watching his streams and just, racing against him. I've raced against Malik a ton in different leagues, and he's always a fun one to race against because, one, if you beat him, you're beating one of the best. 2, it's normally a really fun time no matter if you win or lose when you're racing against Malik. So I expect to have some speed, though. I know he maybe wasn't too excited about having to work on setups and such for this one, but I think he'll still have some speed inside that Rowdy Energy car there.
Down to the line he goes, sliding across, saves it, indeed. And that's a decent lap, 42.855. Not the fastest that we've seen, but not bad yet. For Malik, he's probably going to be a little disappointed with that, obviously seeing where he stacks up to everyone else who ran, but no clouds and perhaps a little warmer track. That's just what he's able to scrub out of it.
Man, I'll tell you, I think I don't know how much time these guys really put into their setup for first round qualifying. I know some guys that did put in a lot of time in their setups, but I expect a handful of high profile drivers to get bumped, to not transfer out of first round qualifying and get real serious tomorrow and pick up some speed in second round qualifying. And that's going to make it very challenging for the drivers in the 25th to 30th place range going into tomorrow. Because remember, Parker, you have the ability to stand on your time. You don't have to run tomorrow. You can stand on your time. So there's a decision to be made for a lot of these guys.
Yeah, there is. And I expect if you're outside the top, oh wow, that's a huge slide by Andy Hunter here out of Independence, Iowa. Hey, Iowa, Landon.
Yeah, Iowa boy. Independence got a good dirt track at Independence. So good place. Good to see Andy. I'm sure he's frequents the dirt track.
Is it an independent dirt track?
Oh,
it is
brother.
an independent dirt track. Good little, great town, not far from where I grew up. Thank you,
David
Parker.
got it. David got it.
I got it. Speaking of getting it, I got
still on a hype train right now. By the way, I feel like we're just obligated to keep putting, just keep.
Go Blue Emu, go.
Yeah.
I got a question here on Twitter, and I think you were just speaking about it a little bit as we watched the tail end of this lap for Andy Hunter. Landon, I got a question from Jake Russell on Twitter asking about the qualifying format, the top 20 advance, but what happens to everybody else. I think you were just touching on that. If you want to finish that thought just so we can fully explain it there.
So we've got 88 cars today that we're going to get through for the next 2.5 hours, and we are going to lock in the top 20 into the Firecracker 400. 20 drivers will lock in. They do not have to run tomorrow no matter what. 21st on back has the option to stand on their time from today or rerun tomorrow for a better time. But if they choose to rerun, they automatically give up their time that they ran today. So the drivers will be monitoring the weather tomorrow. We will post the weather at noon, and by 12:30 they have to make a decision on if they want to rerun or not. And then once we collect all the drivers that made a decision, we'll do this whole thing again tomorrow, and we'll see who gets bumped and who makes the show.
It's very much like an Indy 500, the old carb day, right?
Yeah, very much like carb day, and bump day, and then we've got 2 races. So the top 43 drivers of both sessions, round 2 2-round qualifying will make the Firecracker 400, and then the 43 drivers that do not make the Firecracker 400 will run in a 200-mile race, the Firecracker 200, on June 29th.
Look at Adam Gordon here working his way through his lap. Driver out of Brick, New Jersey, driving for the Golden State Warriors team. 32 career oval wins on the service, now down the back straightaway. Let's take a look at this speed here and see what he's able to put up. 214, 215. Yeah, pretty decent speed for Adam Gordon here.
It is, and we should note the bubble time there. That's now being, basically 20th place. As we get past 20 cars, that will start to become very important. Those are the 20 cars that lock themselves in, obviously. I also have to say, as we see a 4, that's a pretty good time, Adam Gordon. You weren't wrong. Should slot him in somewhere there. Well, 8th. Not bad. Guys, William Byron, after seeing that he had thrown down his time, tweeted, stressful. He felt like that was a stressful time. So if you're watching this, a guy who has sat on the pole for the Daytona 500 called this qualifying session stressful.
Man, I mean, and if William was stressed, how do you think the guys feel that had to go up against William Byron, Daytona 500 pole sitter?
To be fair, Byron was locked into that Daytona 500. He's not locked into this race by any stretch of the imagination.
Good point.
That's absolutely right. I've felt that way at the Snowball Derby, trying to qualify for the Snowball Derby. Not being locked into that race, so much stress. We see Zane Scott here. We love Zane Scott. Big fan of the promoter of the Fake 500. Really one of the events that inspired the format and the historical accuracy of the Firecracker 400. Parker and I had a blast. Parker was the pole sitter for the Fake 500.
I did. We didn't quite know what we were doing or what we had gotten ourselves into, but we probably had far less idea what was going on than any of these guys. I know Zane has been testing a lot. Was talking to him the other night. He's been putting in a lot of effort into this one with his crew chief, trying to get some speed out of this car. And as you mentioned, they're the ones who put on the Fake 500, which was so much fun. But I think those guys also, they love racing as well. That's why they put on that Fake 500. And so we're pretty excited about this event and getting a run in it. So we'll see what kind of speed Zane's got. I think he was hoping for a lot.
What a nice line. I really think that one groove up in the middle of the corner is the line. Really like what I see here.
It's an 8.
42.87. That's not bad. You got to be in the 8s right now. That's for sure. Put him.
I think I'd be in the 8s. Put you in 10th. So it's I might be wrong. So what was my prediction? It was gonna be 2 tenths from 1st to 20th, and I'm looking like I might be completely wrong with that one. So
but wait, I thought you said race car drivers are never wrong.
No, well, I've never been wrong. That's right. But we don't know. Is Conti gonna be the fastest? If it moves forward, maybe I will be right on my 2 tenths.
I mean, we're already 1/10 from 1st to 10th. So or almost 1/10 from 1st to 10th. So, imagining that there's plenty of cars to fill that gap, you could be right.
I think this is one of the coolest paint schemes, by the way. Peter Bennett here from the United Kingdom, one of the Burton Kligerman esports partners out here in this race. But David, I don't know, Landon, stop me if I'm wrong, but this is one of the coolest paint schemes. It's shiny, it's metallic. It's just one of the coolest looking cars, I think, in this event. Maybe not quite a throwback, but I just felt like I love that look.
I love it. I love our logos on it. We should get his numbers right, hopefully for the race. And you know what? Shout out to Peter for pulling an all-nighter from the UK. What time is it right now? I think Josh would know because our race control Josh is in Barcelona at the moment. So I think it's 3 a.m., 2 a.m., something like that.
Yeah.
The chat Yankee in the chat says it's 2 a.m.
He's committed.
He's committed. He's got a job on top of all this. So, he's but he did the same for the prelim nights. He was getting up. He actually took a bath before his prelim race, which he said woke him up and got him in the right state of mind. So, oh no, Peter! Oh,
no.
That will be a backup car.
No.
Peter,
that is a heartbreaker.
So, let's look at a replay here. Just got entered pretty high into 3. The right rear got away from him. Just once it was gone, Landon, and just completely went around. Smashes that thing up. You mentioned a backup car. I think we should sort of explain that for the viewers out there. So what we've done is, see that wrecked race car come back around. He will get another attempt tomorrow night where he can try to make it into the rest of the 23 that did not lock themselves into the Firecracker 400 tonight. And he'll obviously elect to run tomorrow night. Now, if he doesn't make it in the top 43, then the next 43 are into the Firecracker 200. In which case, whatever race he gets into, he will have to start in the back of the field because he'll have gone to a backup car to complete that qualifying run.
Yeah,
backup
we just
being in quotes.
adding to the realism on the backup car, which we didn't do that for the prelim races. We didn't make these drivers, use a backup car if they wrecked their cars in the prelims. Obviously, if they had too big of an accident, they probably didn't transfer. But we do have a really cool paint scheme from Kane Cook that's on its way. I'm not sure when Kane rolls out, but the paint scheme on his car is pretty exciting, Parker. It depicts a little bit of what happened in his prelim race.
Oh, all right. I look forward to it then. I know what you're talking about, but I can't wait to see it. The way you teased it made me very excited about that.
That's good. That's why I teased it. I didn't want to tell you all of it, but I did want to tell you some of it.
All right. Look forward to it. Thank you. We got Chase Henry on here. He's got a great number, guys. Love that number he's got.
77. Yeah, that'll put a smile on your face every time, won't it?
Good number.
Chase, big
Chase is one of our underdog stories with a 1330 I rating. Really proud of him racing his way in. So excited to see. It's a good classic looking car. Looks like a car you'd see at the local short track.
Like it.
Check
down to the line you go.
Back then. 43.2.
Not going to be too good right there, unfortunately. Not the kind of lap time I think you're gonna come away with feeling comfortable that you locked yourself into the top 20 with. And you saw he was there out of Glendale, Arizona, not too far up the road from where I am, out there by where the Arizona Cardinals have their stadium, the Coyotes have their stadium out there in Glendale. So good to see somebody who's a little local here getting a lap in.
Devin Henry.
What'd I say?
Driving that one. I think we said it's Devin Chase Henry.
Yeah.
Sorry, we got a middle name going on there. This is Bob Bryant.
Man with many names.
I know, I had that wrong. We got a couple big ones coming.
I thought you were just yelling names for.
I know. I was reading it to myself. I'm sorry. Oh man, this
you
is
want
some
a name?
How
about this name?
Well, yeah,
Bob
we've
Bryant.
got NASCAR driver Bob Bryant. Obviously, and Dale Jr. is coming up here in a couple cars to go. So Dale Earnhardt Jr. Is on deck, but Bob Bryant, he's got a little redemption in these promoted events as well. Bob barely missed out of the main event of the LCQC, and it was a little bit of a disadvantage because he went so early in the LCQC. He didn't get to see a lot of the strategy that had been going on. So really hoping to see Bob. He's a very professional, high-level racer here on the platform. Expect a lot out of him.
Out of Biloxi, Mississippi. They got a big casino down there. I've never been there, but I heard a lot about it. Anyone know anything about that?
Nah, I've never seen a casino.
Never
Is that
been.
a place where you always win money?
That's right.
Win money? No, I think they take your money there.
Oh, really? I thought it just gave you money. That was the point of it.
Maybe you, not just anybody. Maybe you get the preferential treatment.
Yes, that's what it is. That's what it must be.
Walk in there with those Valvoline colors. They throw the money at you.
It's just like a driver. You just never lose. I've never lost at a casino. Bob Bryan, oh, an 8. Another 8 here. So the 8s are popular. Very
I
popular.
see some commonality between some of these guys in the top, call it 6 times or so. They have something in common. Most of them, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is the part of the session where maybe we start to zone in a little bit on where the bulk of the cars are going to be, and we start to kind of narrow down from, you know, tenths to hundredths, and then I would imagine by the time we get 80 cars into this, we're narrowing down to the thousands.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
That poor cone, you know, keeps getting hit on the drivers pulling out of pit road.
Putting it out there.
And you know what though? We've got a great track worker. You know, Shannon Parker's girlfriend is down there in Daytona, and she's running out onto the track after replacing the cone every time it gets knocked out. So risking her life, she'll be tired by the end of this thing. But that poor cone.
Well, it's just like a ball boy in tennis. We had to get some use, you know, something, give her a job somewhere in the production. So it was cone duty. So she's doing a great job. We're really happy to have her.
Yep.
Thanks, Shannon.
Yep. And
You're
guys,
early on the
I'm
track
now
here.
kicked out of my house. Thank you very much.
Oh, unfortunate. Well, take your sim rig with you and you'll be fine.
That's right. I can probably live in this thing. It'll be all right.
Don't disconnect from Discord because we need you on this broadcast.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I got myself.
You are the glue.
Don't worry.
I like this paint scheme. Union
I love
76.
Yeah.
That's sharp. That's sharp.
Beautiful paint scheme here for Jordan. If it's half as fast as good as it looks, bouncing a ton off of turn 4 there. I mean, that is a beautiful car.
It's had the wheel cut too hard.
Oh!
It's a little sideways across the line, 43.22.
That gets me every time.
I feel like, and we got Dale Jr. coming up next year, so we're going to see this one pulling off the line. I just don't want to see you holding the wheel too hard through the corner. I want to see the car rotating itself, working the wheel just a little bit.
All right, guys, what do we know about this next driver on the track? Do we know anything about him?
I've heard of him once or twice.
This is a good one.
Wow, such analysts here that we gave you that great analysis of one of the all-time most popular drivers ever in NASCAR, Hall of Fame inductee Dale Earnhardt Jr. Also, as we put on a graphic back to the prelims, apparently my best friend, but that's just not true. But he's a good friend, good coworker. This guy's a great all-around guy. My question is, did Michael Conti there, his driver in the eNASCAR series for Junior Motorsports, share any of that setup speed in there? What do you think?
No.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I would imagine he gave him something. I mean, Dale is a guy that told me what he could run, and if he runs what he told me he can run, I think he'll blow his driver out of the water. I don't know what kind of track conditions he was testing though. See him come to the line, really tied up against the outside wall on his outlap. I've seen these guys use up the entire racetrack here at Daytona. You don't see that a lot anymore in single car qualifying.
Not at all. They don't bounce around like this. You don't see the sparks like we're seeing. If you did, it wouldn't be going fast. He was doing about 213 miles an hour into turn 1. That is really fast, David. Let's see what he gets to down the backstretch.
215. It looked like it wanted to hit 216.
It
wanted to.
Plenty of sparks.
Oh,
it's a nice line. I like it. Didn't hit the bumps though. It kept him away from the bumps. Let's see. Get ready, Jack. Get ready.
84. Hang on to it, Dale.
Not quite enough.
8th. That's gonna be close.
It's gonna be really close.
We're about a third of the way done with these drivers, and he's 8th. He's gonna have to really survive the whole middle portion of qualifying, and it's gonna be hot. The track temp has gone down just a little bit right now. I think those are just weather. I'm sorry, weather. This is just clouds kind of coming in and out, but it'll be interesting to see in the next server what the track temp really does.
had a good turn 1 and 2. I think maybe a little too high up the track in 3 and 4 is what cost him that extra half a tenth or so that he needed to be down into the 7s. I could be wrong, but it was a good lap. It'll put him, put him above a lot of people, I do believe, but certainly not in. I don't think he's in the comfort zone yet, Parker. Do you?
No, I think a low 8 would probably be more in the comfort zone, but I don't know. I keep saying I think there'll be a 2-10 spread, essentially, give or take, and it won't be now. Basically.
Well, there's two comfort zones, Parker. I mean, if he's 24th in your Dale Jr., do you sit it out tomorrow and stand on your time?
I don't know. I don't think there's anything comfortable about having to stand on your time and not being locked in. That's right. I don't think if you're 21st, you're comfortable. Who knows? Well,
you just don't know what the weather's going to do. I mean, especially in Daytona, showers could come through at 11 in the morning and just plummet the temperature down to 75 degrees, like we saw last week in the prelims. Remember, we had 85-degree weather for all of the prelim races, and then race number 8, it was 76 with 77 degrees.
Galata here, across the line. Whoa!
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. What
Top
a
of the
lap.
board.
Gale Force Racing has just arrived on scene here in Daytona Beach and put down an absolute heater. What a lap.
A lap for Joseph Galata.
We were sleeping on him right there. Yapping away, just throws down a heater here. That was, wow. That was, all right, so we know the track still has it.
The track's got it.
Impressive lap.
Joseph Galata puts himself in the spot to get the Big Green Egg Award, because that pole is the pole winner does get a Big Green Egg.
Oh, did we talk about that yet?
We haven't.
We have not mentioned.
Oh my goodness.
But David, this is on the track.
I see him. The man who judges our suits better than anybody in the business, Mr. F4 Speed, Blake McCandless, in his Dodge livery. We've talked to him already once during Fire Weeks about what this paint scheme means to him, honoring his grandfather. He learned a little bit more about that story as well this past weekend while he was with his family. Now, Blake McCandless gets up to speed. Let's see what he can do. Driver for, just driving for himself, I think, in this. I don't think he's associated with anybody, but we know this means a lot to him. Outrun Esports. I know he's driving for Outrun Esports, of course, as many of these guys are. As he got sideways in 1 and 2, but kept his foot in it. Let's see the speed down the back straightaway. 13, 14, 15, back down to 14 real quick. So not the best speed
for Blake.
Down the back
self-funded
straightaway.
Family operation here.
Not bad.
Running his grandfather's paint scheme. Blake did a 24-hour stream raising money for the Junior Foundation. 42.88.
Not a bad lap for Blake. Not a bad lap at all. Perhaps that little slip up in 1 and 2 cost him some time there, but that'll slot him in to the 14th position, about a 10th and a half off of our new top time there of Joseph Galata. So not a bad lap. Not not in the 7s yet, but for Blake, certainly something to work with.
Blake always likes to make a little bit of fun of me for calling him McCandles. It's a McCandless.
So do you just keep it going, Parker?
I'm going to call him McCandles, just so he knows. Yeah, and I think that time, 14th place, those candles are, lacking a little bit of fire right now.
I like it. I'll allow it. I'm okay with that.
All right.
So this is our 30th.
That jokes guy.
Our 30th driver is David Brown here from Peachtree City, Georgia. We're 30 in out of 88, so we've got 58 to go. Is that right? Can I math very good? David just
started saying
5,900.
numbers. I tuned right out.
David's a
you know what? That makes 2 of
5693
us.
I rating.
That makes 2 of us.
How much of this, Parker, do you think is driver? Like, what do you think the deviation of lap time is for the driver? Once you've got your setup, once everything's set in stone, the weather is what it is. if you're capable of running a 42.72.5 to be up there with Galata, what's the deviation in lap times?
Texting with Mr. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and asked him about that lap, and he said, to give you an idea of how much it is, not to be a name dropper,
Go ahead.
Wow.
how much it is off, driver, he goes, I missed the rotation to get off the corner lower. So there's an element there of, getting the car to set right in the corner, getting it to do the right things through the bumps, having it all settle right, and get it set up for down the straightaway. So
when we saw that
we'll see.
off of 4, he was about a lane and a half off the bottom. David runs a pretty decent lap there at 85. That's just going to be in the danger zone. I mean, that's going to be scary enough where I don't think it's going to transfer, and I don't know if you're going to be able to stand on that time or not.
Well, I think now that we've seen somebody go out in these track conditions and put down a 7.2, I think that's really opened up everybody's eyes that the track conditions allow a fast time, and some of these guys are just missing that line or they're just missing the speed.
It's the combination, It's what we always see in qualifying. So it's always that combination of driver, setup, mix of, weather, all the things that have to go right for you, to have a fast qualifying time. And it's why qualifying is something that some drivers and some teams love. They relish in it because it tests every facet of your race team and your ability. And then there's some that, crater under that pressure because it's something that to them is, overwhelming. It's too much. There's too many variables. They don't want to, it's not something they enjoy. So it's always the ultimate test of just outright speed and putting away, putting all the mental, blocks away and going out there and performing at the highest level.
Yeah,
That's well said.
Practice all you want, but it's that moment when it matters, Parker.
It is that moment.
The moment. That's it right there. And speaking of moments, we've reached the moment where that session has ended. We only have so many cars that we can stuff into a session right there. So we've reached the end of that.
Moving to the next one.
Now we're gonna switch gears to use a terrible pun there. And you know what, Parker? I'll just leave the bad jokes to you tonight. I'm not even going to broach that. We'll get the next session up and get another host of drivers in there. So while we're doing that, boys, what stood out to you, Parker? Let's start with you. What stood out to you in that first session?
I think it's the speed throughout the session. That we saw Joseph Galata throw down that time relatively late in the session compared to William Byron and Michael Conti. They were almost all spread out. William Byron was pretty early. Michael Conti was sort of in the middle, and then you had Joseph Galata, who was far later in the session, and they all went pretty close to each other. So it held that speed throughout. And I know that was something that so many drivers were curious about was, would the session, where in these sessions would you want to go? And it was obvious to me that in that one, it was any portion of it. It didn't matter.
And the speed was there the whole time. I mean, the track's getting hotter, but the speed was there. The wind is picking up in Daytona, so we're up to 9 mile an hour winds coming out of the west. That'll be interesting. The temperature, the sun is higher in the sky. We've seen that the track temp kind of goes up and plateaus and then comes back down the last 30 minutes. So it'll be interesting to see, this kind of these next 30 cars, what they're going to deal with. These are the middle grouping of cars that we felt like I thought could be temperature wise the most at risk of having a rough time. But wind wise, they have the biggest advantage.
So a little give, a little take then in that sense that they have some advantages that the other guys didn't and some disadvantages the other guys didn't that might allow them to run a faster lap time overall. Again, just using what they're given, as the weather changes and adapting to it, just going out. But at its base, it still comes down to executing behind the wheel, getting up through the gears, hitting that gear shift at the right RPM, running the correct line, not scrubbing speed, and maximizing everything. So, at the end of the day, you can look back and say, I did everything that I could on my end to get the best lap in.
That's right. Well, and, with Galetta at the top, Seth the Merchant told me he thought it would be a low 7 with these track conditions. So We're seeing a 72. He's got a half a tenth on Michael Conti in second place. I mean, that's no small margin.
Taking a look here at social media again. We want to remind you in chat, if you're wanting to continue the conversation or take it to the next level, you can join us on Twitter using the hashtag Firecracker400. See Justin Malillo hard at work putting up a picture of each qualifier with a little bit about them and their time. So Justin doing a great job covering everything. Big thanks to him. Everyone's really excited about this. Those who have gone out and run.
How about another 50 subs from Blue Emu here?
Wow! Oh my goodness, they're just going on a tear. Thank you so much, Blue Emu.
Wild.
50. There are over 1,000 gifted subs in your channel right now. Just giving a whole lot of love to the community there.
That's
Again,
great.
If you got a gifted sub from Blue Emu, please let them know how much you appreciate their generosity and give them some thanks in chat. That's awesome.
That's great. We're in Twitch, obviously, looking at the Twitch chat right now. We're also in Facebook. We're on a lot of different pages on Facebook right now, a lot of cross-streaming going on. So thank you to all of our partners that are cross-streaming, Blue Emu, Big Green Egg, iRacing. So everybody in the Facebook chat, give us a shout out. Where else are we? We're on Twitter right now.
On Twitter.
If you're following the hashtag Firecracker400. We've got 88 cars to get through tonight. We got a lot of cars, a lot of qualifying. This is we've got 30 down, some big hitters left to go. As leading off this group is going to be Seth the Merchant and Kyle Putz, my spotter, my e-spotter. We got John Gorlinski coming up, Shane Iliff, Eddie Kerner, LCQC winner, Eric Smith, Nathan Lyon. I mean, these next 10 cars, Parker, are how many of them are eNASCAR drivers and Road to Pro drivers? Almost half of them.
A lot. And actually, funny enough, Seth the Merchant, that is one driver that a lot of people were mentioning that name heading into qualifying, saying that was a car to watch. So we saw him be fast in the prelims. He's got the Ventrac card, which is one of the sponsors of the Ventrac blowover, but he was definitely a name many were watching. So I think early on, I mean, really one of the first cars that runs, we could see that speed right away.
Well, a lot of speed coming our way, but while we have a moment, while Seth the Merchant gets ready to run, let's play that video again. I want to see that one more time. We got some new people in chat watching, and as we welcome everybody in, continuing INFRA poll night. If you didn't see this the first time, you're gonna have a huge smile on your face like we did, and if you did see it the first time, I think you're still gonna have a smile on your face. Check this out.
At this point in the season, which is exactly halfway through the year, each of the drivers has learned to play his particular role and play it very well. For example, Dale Earnhardt. He's the tough guy, mean and feared, and he likes it that way. Today, he starts from 5th place. Or how about Darrell Waltrip, current national champion? Typecast is brash and outspoken, while off camera he shows a softer side. After blowing an engine in practice, he'll start 23rd. Bill Elliott, last year's leading man with win after win. This year, he seemed to have mislaid the script until suddenly he won big 3 weeks ago. Today, he starts 2nd.
The car is rumbling out of turn 4 into the tri-oval. The pace car is away, and the Firecracker 400 is moments away from receiving the green flag.
Not show up on the board, but he has been very much a factor in this whole thing.
5-mile track.
And now they run it flat out without as much as even backing off in the turns. Watch as Dale Earnhardt in car number 3.
The leader right now is Ken Schrader. White flag is out. They're in the final lap.
Pretty cool stuff, man. I love that. Absolutely love that. That's just that is so much hype.
Awesome.
That is
Gonna get you excited.
I mean,
It's gonna
it
be
makes
a
me want to
great
take
show.
off this jacket and just go drive, man. Come on.
We have some awesome
Me too.
elements,
I wanna be
a
in it.
lot of excitement coming with the Firecracker 400. It's going to be a great broadcast. We've got a lot of treats that we've been working on for you guys. So I can't wait to see the starting lineup as we go for the poll.
Dude,
And
that
Seth
was,
the Merchant, you talked about the first guy out here. This is this is a dude who knows what he's doing. So accomplished. Over an 8,000 iRating, 2019 Podium Esports Daytona 500 winner, a two-time NIS Daytona 500 winner, won the 2019 NIS Coke 600, the Bristol Night Race, and the 2019 Southern 500, along with the 2015 Brickyard 400. So one of those drivers who's just ultra accomplished, has won so many huge races, and when he shows up to the racetrack, you know he's somebody you're going to have to deal with.
And he's been fast all week, Parker. I mean, in all of our practice sessions, everyone that he got in for the prelims, even though they were fixed setups, he was on the front row, several wins. Obviously, a ton of speed last week in the prelim races. So I think it's time to see some real speed. This will be a good benchmark for the rest of the group.
I think this will absolutely be a benchmark. I think a lot of drivers are watching this, including Joseph Galata. They're on the pole currently, is looking at this car thinking, all right, if I can dodge this bullet, I might be able to hold on to this. But, man, 213 miles an hour into turn one.
A little high in the middle 1 and 2, I think.
Yeah, but holds 205, dips to 203 coming off of turn two. Let's see what kind of speed he has down the backstretch.
Looking at it, 215.
Oh, that's big.
It almost touched
It's
216.
That's
It
big.
touched 216.
9 miles.
He's high up in 3 and 4, getting that run out of 4. Nicely cut there to the bottom. I think this is going to be a good lap for Seth the Merchant. Let's see, down across the apron, back up onto the track. There's a 7 for him.
79. The track's got some speed in it.
It
We're at
does.
132 track temp, so not bad. That little more of a tailwind down the backstretch for these guys. Obviously, they've got to pay for it on the front stretch, but
That's a strong lap, but it just all the more that Joseph Galata's lap was really strong, because I think that there was, as we said going into it, there was a lot of drivers that were watching Seth the Merchant thinking he would probably be the one to beat. So knowing he ended up fourth, there's Joseph Galata lives for another driver like Kyle Putz to come at him.
Kyle's my spotter. I know I mentioned that earlier. Spotted for me in the iRacing NASCAR Pro Invitational Series. Obviously, he's a Wisconsin guy, so running the Alan Kowicki throwback scheme. I love this. Love the number 7. Love a good Wisconsin racer. So these are some real racers up in the Midwest.
Absolutely.
I also had a good run. He's run really well in these cars, and this would be a slip angle team entry. So excited to see what Kyle can come up with.
Absolutely. Yep, one of my teammates there in Slip Angle Motorsports. I'm a big fan of Wisconsin drivers, too, as a Matt Kenseth fan. So they certainly know how to produce wheelmen out of that state. For Kyle Putz, a fantastic diecast maker as well, custom diecast maker. You can find him on Facebook, Kyle Putz Customs. Nice little plug for him. I'm sure he'll appreciate that as he works down the back straightaway. That car looked hooked up in 1 and 2. Looks pretty nice.
Well, he got a good track temp. I mean, it's 131 right now. You can see there's some cloud cover over in 3 and 4. So, I'm going to see him kind of drift up. No, not drifting up at all. He's holding the yellow line. I mean, that thing is hooked on the bottom.
This thing's going to be a lap right here.
See?
Yeah.
Wow.
270.
Oh, but he gets the wall.
Little bit of right side damage. Hopefully they can beat that out.
We'll see. We'll have to make a determination if that's a backup car or not. That does have some fair right rear damage, but it looks to be like something they could repair.
Oh, just grazed it.
See a replay on that if we can. So we got Colton Harvey rolling off.
Fast lap. So look at this. 2 7s right out of the gate to start up in this group. That thing was hauling around the bottom. Great line, great speed. But just as he let the car come back up on the track, I think he got behind in the steering and almost got that safer barrier, but hit the concrete instead.
Well, these being 87 cars and not the modern, OSS cars we have these days where they have to go through the optical scanning system, etc. I think you can just repair that. So I don't think you'll be a backup there for Kyle Putz, but
That's right.
that's as close as you want to come to putting enough damage inside that race car. You have to go to backup.
Saw a lot of calls for a backup car in chat on Twitch. I'll just say that.
I saw that too, but you know what? The best thing about I love the chat and I want them to keep being involved, but they're not the officials. So
Right.
we have to leave it up to the
we all
professionals.
are.
Yeah.
On Sundays, right? When we watch the race, we're all officials.
Well,
right?
we said anyone with a Twitter account is an official, but
That's a good point. That's a good point. Speaking of Twitter, as we watch Colton Harvey here, the average Joe 93 on Twitter, Joseph Jones, checks in and says that that I win the best hair award for the broadcast crew, guys.
perfect. I agree.
No, there
I
you
need
go.
a haircut. I
TV
still have
hair.
the quarantine hair.
And you can take care of that, right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna get a razor here soon and shave it all off.
That scheme
I don't
that
think that's the
Colton is
look for
running,
you.
those colors, they seem familiar.
Yes.
Where are they
Thanks.
from?
I don't know. I was asking. Is that a Days of Thunder looking?
Is it Thunders of Days? The Thunder
It
of Days?
is. Is that Dale Jr. Win Dale Jr.'s ride on the
Interesting.
side of that car? Okay. By the way, thank you, Trevor Perry, Puck Vanek, for the raid. For those of you, the 101 viewers that raided with Puck, sent us over 1,000, which is awesome on Twitch here.
Welcome all.
Obviously, we've got plenty of viewers over on Facebook as well. How was it? What did Puck talk about? Puck, what did you talk about? How do you feel about your lap? You feel like, what's it going to take tomorrow? I'm looking at you at 20th right now. I don't know if that's going to be good enough to make it. We'll get Puck in here. Maybe we'll get him in Discord. We'll have to get some interviews
get it.
going.
Get him in
We
here.
have an interview. Yeah,
Get
we
him
have an
in here.
interview room. Trevor, why don't
Get
you
him
hop
in
into Discord, buddy, over into the E-Racer Discord, and we'll pull you down.
There you go.
I want to hear from the man himself.
We actually, for the competitors that are watching, we have an interview-ready room, voice chat in Discord. That if you can hop in, I hope I set the permissions right. You can hop in and join us. Oh, there he is.
How
Hey,
about
what's up?
Gorlinski here with this all neon yellow car?
Yep.
I know he loves this look, but man, it's an interesting one. I can't decide if that's throwback just being all one color,
Yep.
or new age throwback being as neon.
Well, Parker, a lot of times drivers like to do this so their spotters can see the car easily at these super speedways. It's really tough, through binoculars, up on the roof. He'd like to see the spotters. 4283.
So he's having
a couple spots,
Yeah.
top 10 there. Moves Bob
more
Bryant,
of
Josh
a-
Parker, Dale Earnhardt Jr. down.
That's more of a joke for Gorlinski running his old colors that he used to run, that everyone knows him for, is that highlighter yellow color scheme, which has gone away now this year in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series. So I think it's more of that. But yeah, you couldn't miss that car in any sort of conditions. Even on a foggy day, you couldn't miss that thing.
That's right. Well, in joining us in the booth here, we do have one and only Trans Service Logistics driver in the Firecracker 400, Trevor Perry.
How's it going, guys?
It's going well. We've got Alec Martinez on track. He's, I think he was a race winner in his prelim. Trevor, maybe not the lap you were hoping for. What did you feel out there?
Definitely not the lap we were looking for. We were looking for mid sevens. That's what we were looking for based off our practice laps. Once I got out there, I knew I looked at my overlay and I saw 135, and I was saying, this is probably the hottest I've ever seen a track temp on iRacing, period. So I knew the car was going to be skating all over the place. Played hockey 18 years, and I swear an ice rink is grippier than this track at that temp.
So you
Wow,
gotta wheel it.
I was wheeling out there. My outlap, I actually had to get out of the throttle going into 3. I guess I didn't hit my mark, and I almost sent the back end around. I'm surprised I saved it.
The tracks look like a handful for a lot of drivers. What do you think the magic line is? I mean, we saw Kyle Putz run a really strong line, holding the bottom. He's P2 in 3 and 4, but it seems like you have to drift up one line. As we got Alec Martinez crossing the line. Let's get his lap here. 42.81. That's going to be pretty good. I'm starting to think that that's going to be close to a cut line time. What do you think, Trevor?
Yeah, as I was talking with my chat, we're saying we're thinking that a 42.85 is probably going to be at right around the bubble for the top 20. Hopefully tomorrow, going into the qualifying 2, will be a little bit better. Bring it down closer to a low 9 or hopefully even a low 8. But I don't think I honestly don't think I can get much better than that.
Well, I believe in you, just so you know.
I appreciate that. I do appreciate that.
I think you can get it done, but that's interesting information. One, that the track is so sick. I mean, tell us about this, because we've been wondering, we've been debating this as we watch Will Weber go around right now from Greenville, South Carolina. We're talking to Trevor Perry. So, how much of this, you mentioned having to lift into 3 and such. I mean, how much of these laps are you thinking is in the driver driving the car versus the weather versus the setup right now? And, if you were to put like a percentage on each compared to what you've felt in the past and with these 87 cars here.
Oh man, I mean, it really is the trifecta. Yeah, you almost have to have the perfect balance between the 3. Driver of course has to know their car, has to know their setup, but also the wind has to play in your favor. I think the wind is one of the worst things with it. Of course, having as you can see, Will on the track right now, he's got a little bit of cloud cover in 1 and 2, so I think cloud cover definitely helps. Just really having that track temperature is up so high, it just plays in such an effect, especially going down into 3. Getting down into 3, I tried to get it as low as I possibly could entering the corner and try to use the bank to help me turn. But it's just so hard to keep it down there with it being so hot. And yeah.
Well, Trevor, the plan tomorrow, make it faster. How are you going to do that?
Oh man, lots and lots of practice. We're gonna, as soon as the track opens up tomorrow morning, we're gonna be out there. The guys back at the shop, they're gonna be working on the setup, trying to get it a little bit quicker. I'm gonna be prepping, listening to my 87s classics, and just honestly just getting in the zone. I think that's the biggest thing. I need to have a nap beforehand. I only took about a 30-minute nap before this race, or before this qualifying session, and I think I'm going to need more closer to a 2 or 3 hour nap before that.
There you go.
All right, Trevor, I'm going to ask the hard-hitting questions here that the fans and I want to know, since neither of these guys will approach the subject. And I need you to be honest with me here, because we are on live television /radio /Twitch.
Wait, not to cut you off, David.
Shane
Wow.
Iliff is backwards.
He just on the outlap there. Wrecked.
Well, that's
now,
not going to work.
Now, remember this.
You can, Landon. So what you can do here, like in real life, I think we'll get a replay here at it. You could go back to the cone on the exit of pit road and try and get another run at this lap if you don't have too much damage. I crunched the left rear there.
I think, as long as his engine is good, he should be fine. So he is turning around, and we are going to clear his black flags. So Shane Iliff is driving backwards on the track. Josh is going to clear his black flags the best he can. Continue to clear them. Yep, I could see. I'm watching the race control right now. He's clearing them repeatedly. And we're going to let him turn around at the exit of turn 2 where the commitment cone is. And he can start his run over and try to get a run. Oh man, Shane, I know how hard he's been working, and he knew he was nervous for this lap. I know he wasn't expecting it, and he's not going to get the best speed getting up to the line, but at least he gets another shot here. He's got a little bit of left rear damage, Parker. I don't think that's going to hurt him too bad, as long as the engine is okay.
He does have a little left front damage. I mean, these cars aren't wholly affected, but the fact that you're not going to get the run straight from pit road, you got that little bit of damage. He's already spun this thing out. I mean, the tires are going to be pretty heated up. This is going to be tough to throw down a very fast lap, but, I mean, it will be a lap, so we'll see. I mean, that could pay off. You never know what happens later in the session, what that could mean just to even have a lap on the board.
Shane being another North Dakota guy. I do know that. Goes to school up here near me. Not with me, but near me.
He has his, what's his hometown there? Thief River Falls, Minnesota?
Very close to, very close to where I live currently.
Got it. I should remind people that's Trevor Perry in the booth with us here. Also known as Puck Vanek, the famous streamer.
Famous, huh?
Driving the trans service car. Really proud that you got that thing transferred.
Yeah, hopefully make it another one.
So still 213 miles an hour into turn 3, so it's not far off.
Not horrible. He just looks really loose. He looks really timid with it. I don't know. I think that outlap could really spook you. Obviously, his car's really loose crossing the line. 43.78 is not going to be good enough for Shane Iliff. And, obviously the guys are going to be working late to fix the left rear of that car for second round qualifying.
He was almost heading to a backup like we saw from Peter Bennett, but he might be able to repair that thing. But man, that was interesting. That was the I didn't know if we'd see one of those tonight, but we did.
All right. Well, that's tough, man. I mean, at least you got the rule in place where you can go backwards. We've seen that. Didn't Michael Waltrip do that one year in qualifying when he spun out and did that? Or was that Kyle Busch or somebody did something like that at Las Vegas, I think? I don't know.
Testing my memory. I've seen it before.
Yeah.
I think Austin Dillon did it the most recently, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I remember that now. As we look at Kevin McAdams from right down the road in Daytona, Florida. Papa McAdams, as he's known, representing FTF Racing Leagues. And bottom split as well. 500 starts here on the service, a 5K I rating. 38 wins. And number 26 machine rocketing into turn 1. Shallow entry there. That's sort of been the way to go, but the car drifts up. Doesn't hug that bottom like we saw out of Kyle Putz's lap. So he rides up the hill but gets a nice entry off. Sort of like I don't know which... I guess he's avoiding the bumps when he's doing that, so it's not a bad thing if you keep that speed up.
I think it's more but just getting the car pointed the right way over the bumps. Here's turn 3 and 4. Obviously, we've seen Dale Jr. talked about being too high on his lap. Kevin has a nice line on exit. That car is stuck. I mean, that looks a lot like what Kyle Putz's car looked like. Let's see if it has the speeds. 42.78.
Wow. Good lap.
Pretty darn good. He's going to be happy with that.
I think that the times are just they're better from this group. We talked about how the weather could impact that, and we've seen 3 times already down in the 7s from these drivers, and seems they, even if not most perfect line through these corners, Parker, they're still cranking out a 7.
Yeah, it's tough to say, one reason why that is. Is it a stronger group of drivers that have maybe worked on their setups more? Is the weather a little different? We're seeing a little bit of variability in that. The track temp, it's 133 degrees right now, so you can't say it's that exactly, Landon. I think it's, and then there's the element of driver. I mean, as you said, Dale Jr. mentioned basically not hitting his marks. Trevor Perry there said, he had to lift into turn 3 on his outlap because he didn't hit his marks. There's an element of driving. This isn't Daytona of 2013. This is where you really have to wheel it, and it's all the normal things you see at any other racetrack in terms of driving.
That's right. Yep. And speaking of Trevor Perry, thank you, Trevor, for joining us. I know we got you sitting there and you're ready to head back to the green room and enjoy some of our fine refreshments. So, Trevor, thank you for joining us. good job today. I know you wanted to see some more, but go work on your setup and get it faster for tomorrow.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be right back at her. Thanks, guys.
See you, buddy.
Man, let's look at this driver on track. Eddie Kerner, the LCQC defending champion, $10,000. Look at that beautiful paint scheme as well. Let's get a close up. Oh, yeah. Famous 98 from Eddie Kerner. This is a guy that did it ice in his veins. Coming to the line here. When everybody else clips the grass a little bit, 42.83. When everybody else thought the track was slower at LCQC, Eddie put up a lap. 42.83 is going to put him nth. And that's going to be close. He's a 10th off the pole right now. So by Parker's math, that would put you, that would end up 10th. Gonna see a replay of this. Just clipped a little bit of grass there. Ooh. We've had a number of drivers ask me, can we use the grass come into the line? I don't know if they were thinking they could shortcut it or not. I told them, just try to keep it off the grass. If you shortcut the grass and we feel like you were trying to gain speed, then that's going to be a problem. But I think what Eddie did was he was just cutting it close.
Think about being one of those drivers sitting there on pit road, watching that all go down right there. Car comes off the trial, spinning down toward you.
Yeah.
I've always wondered about that in real life. I never thought about it in the sim, but that's got to be a heck of an image there as you're sitting there and suddenly a car comes spinning across.
Ooh, Garrett Conrad loose up by the wall there. I mean, that car was a handful up by the wall. Coming to the green. I'd love to know from the chat, both in Facebook and on Twitch, if you think that this lap with the open setup, the spoiler laid back, 216 miles an hour, as we saw on McAdams' lap into turn 1, is this harder to drive than the setup we had at the LCQC? I know we had 220 competitors at the LCQC at Darlington. What lap do you guys think is harder? Shieldhouse, you were in the LCQC, and Parker, you as well. What do you think?
Well, I didn't quite make it into the top 43 of that. Way to bring up bad memories.
I got hurt, man.
I went in the wrong prelim qualifying deal, but I don't know. I think the thing for me here is that you not only, power 896. You not only have to, nail the driving portion of this, but there's just the whole setup portion. And what we experienced at the Fake 500 was so interesting because you had all the elements of real life there between the weather and everything. The LCQC was hard because it was about being so technically perfect, but there wasn't a lot of external factors in that, So I think they're hard in their own ways. But definitely the LCQC maybe in the pressure zone to me was way higher. Did I get that right, David?
For me, the LCQC was an event that I wasn't even planning on participating in until Landon came into my chat.
Guilted you, made you sign up on the stream. 3
days beforehand. Came into my stream into chat and asked me if I was running, and I registered right there on stream because I just didn't consider running it. I don't think that my skill level is complementary to advancing in an event like that. And I put some time into practicing the day of and went in and put down a lap that surprised the hell out of me. I'll tell you that much. And I think surprised a lot of people that I got pretty close to making it in, a lot closer than I expected to. But
yeah, you did great.
It was a great experience. But when you're in that moment and you're under pressure to put down one quality lap, it takes a lot of discipline to lock out all the outside noise. As we look at Eric Smith here in the big green egg machine, hooking it around the bottom, doing a nice job on this lap. But if you can shut out all that outside noise and just focus on the job at hand, you can surprise yourself at what you can do. And right now, Eric Smith hauling down the back straightaway. Didn't quite see the 216 out of him there. Right on that yellow line, fighting the steering wheel, trying to keep that thing under control.
Yeah, I think we needed to see 216 or at least a long 215 for the big green egg machine to win the big green egg pole here on INFRA pole day. And he's sideways. Man, it's a big risk maneuver. but a 42.81, that's going to put him in contention for a top 20. I mean, that's going to be close. I'm starting to feel a little nervous for Dale Earnhardt Jr., Malik Ray, those drivers. Even Josh Parker might be in trouble. But Eric Smith, I think it's going to be close.
Do you think any of these drivers are going to have fingernails left after we're done here, or is they just going to be all chewed off?
Yeah, I don't know. This is nerve-wracking. I think there's some more. I don't know. I don't want to say the times are closer than maybe people suspected, but I think there's an element of. I think there's a huge group and portion that are all around the same time, which we're seeing is the 8s, right? The 8s is just super popular. That 10th bracket is so close, and I think that might be surprising to some drivers. I know, texting here with one of the drivers that is hoping that they stay in the top 20 and maybe at least in the top 25, and it's going to be tight. I mean, if these times continue to stay down the low 8s, I mean, it's gonna be really tight to do that.
As we've got Tom Abramatis out for his lap. A lot of Wisconsin drivers, or am I just noticing them all?
You might be noticing them all.
We're 42 drivers. We haven't even gotten to halfway. We're still a couple drivers away from halfway into the show. Coming up next is Nathan Lyon. It's going to be a big hitter from Roush Fenway Racing there. Also, Brandon Cattell is a couple of drivers away. Joshua Chin has been fast. Justin Lisenby. Let's see what Tom's got on that 920 machine. Little bit of apron, 42.80, 43.17. The 42.87 is the cutoff. So I think we still have to get Eric Smith's time up on the leaderboard.
Smith was just 3,000ths off of the time of Alec Martinez. So not the best lap for Tom there, unfortunately. He'll have to make a second run at it for sure. The driver out of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Of course, when I hear Elkhart Lake, I think Road America. Fantastic track. Been there once in my life. That is a huge facility, but a fantastic track. Right there is now Nathan Lyon. We'll take to the track for Roush Fenway Racing. Beautiful looking paint scheme right there as well. It's clean, it's simple, it's sharp, it's classy. It's everything you would expect to see on a Ford Thunderbird for Jack Roush.
Really is. It's a beautiful car. I love those clean looks like that. As some of the modern day Roush sponsors on it, but definitely a great paint scheme there. Excellent job by all those at Roush Fenway. But I think this is gonna be one of those drivers that's gonna be aimed at the top 10. I mean, this is an eNASCAR driver that came into eNASCAR this season with a lot of fanfare. From the Road to Pro Series and Pro Series, and man, I just think that he was someone that a lot of people had their eye on.
And a pretty good cloud cover here for Nathan as well. I mean, a track temp is down to 129. That's the coolest it's been since qualifying started. Winds are at 8 miles an hour right now, so pretty close, just clipping 9 miles an hour as Nathan enters turn 3, drifting up a little bit higher. Obviously, he gets it down to the bottom where he needed to. It's just a question if that diamond in the middle in 3 and 4 is what he needed. Wow, and a 42.736. That's gonna be pretty good.
That's a lap right there.
Put him second.
That is a lap right there, boys. Let me tell you something. He was hauling the mail. Great line through the corners. And gets really, really close to breaking into the 6s there. A 7.36. That's a solid lap for Nathan Lyon. I think that's one of those you can look at and breathe a sigh of relief knowing you got yourself a good one there. Good lap. Very good lap is Barrett Palamas will pull on the track.
That puts Nathan Lyon P2, and then it moves Eric Smith, who's not up on the leaderboard yet. I think Eric was below Martinez. Is that right, David?
Yeah, that'll
Eric,
put.
so they're putting Eric is 11th now. So we'll get this leaderboard fixed for you guys.
We'll get
shortly.
timing and scoring corrected here in just a sec. The joys of technology. We'll get it cleaned up here. Give it a couple of minutes, and we'll get it cleaned up and updated for you guys. So appreciate the patience while we get everything working here as we look at Barrett Palamas working around the racetrack. And for Barrett, he drives it off the banking here out of Wimberley, Texas. Has over 160 top fives and only 523 starts on iRacing. So that's a pretty good percentage.
Consistency is key when you're building that iRating.
Right around the bottom there. Drops down to 200 miles an hour, though. We talk about only 200 miles an hour. It seems silly to say that, but
crazy.
Seems silly, but
anything under 200 is ain't gonna get it done here.
No. And whoa, he's out of shape right
Really
there. He holds on
fighting
to it, but that's going to kill his lap. That car just doesn't look planted at all. And yeah, it's going to be not going to be the best time for Barrett, unfortunately.
Barrett Palamas. Sideways across the line. 43.31. That's not going to cut it. That'll put him into second round qualifying.
If you're not in the 42s, it's most definitely means second round.
Well, you're not. I mean, if you're not in the 42.8s.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. If you're in the top 43, you could stand on your time. I don't know why you would if you're outside the top 30, unless you felt like the weather tomorrow was going to be terrible. Maybe super hot and windy. But I don't know why anyone would do that, but it does mean that you could stand in your time even all the way through the top 43.
We bring you into the booth here. Again, David Schildhaus, Parker Kligerman, Landon Cassill for INFRA pole night. I guess we could say it's pole day, but in sim pole night here in America as another driver hits the track. And I hope you guys are enjoying the show. We got Gary Sexton on the track right now. Gary
Elliot
just checked
Sadler,
in on
esports
Twitter.
driver.
That's right. Newly formed team. Gary checked in on Twitter recently with the hashtag Firecracker 400, a shot from his sim looking out at the windshield as he sat on pit road and said, waiting here is some of the most nervous I've ever been. And that seems to be the general sentiment. I've seen Nick Morse on Twitter as well sharing a similar sentiment. So these drivers sitting on pit road getting ready to go, those nerves starting to build up there, Parker. As a driver, there's only so much you can do when you see these guys go and you know your time's about to come.
It looks like we got our scoring to catch up here. I mean, they're just going so fast around this racetrack. It blew our scoring apart, but it's back as we watch Gary Sexton. And, yeah, I mean, I get being nervous. Hell, I've been really nervous at Daytona, sitting there on pit road. I mean, I could think, was last year having to qualify for the Daytona 500. Man, your stomach's in a knot. Gary Sexton comes across at 8.55. That's solid.
That just clears the bubble by 1,000th.
Oof. That is close.
Wait a sec. Are we taking jackets off here, Parker? What the?
All right. Well, the chat called it out. I got really warm. All right. I run a little hot sometimes. So,
we did have. I'll take my jacket off too. We did have
We know we haven't packed, but
I saw some fit checks in the chat, and what's Dark Cough 33 wanted to know if we're wearing pants tonight. Parker?
Absolutely not. I'm wearing shorts, workout shorts.
I'm not wearing pants either, so no pants. That's the beauty from broadcasting at home in a seated position with a fixed camera. I'm not wearing pants, and I don't have to show you guys.
Some are saying I need sleeveless. I don't need that. I just roll up the sleeves. So I'm all good. Thank you for the suggestion, DDH88. And yeah, Brandon Cattell out here, guys. Let's change the subject immediately from shirts.
One lap. Everybody knows the rules.
Great tweet. Underrated by Landon.
Severely criminally underrated tweet right there.
Yeah, what is this company on there? Is this some upstart? Is it Lounge Sports or something like that?
Barstool Sports, Parker.
Oh,
get it right.
Oh, that's right. I thought that. Oh, I just thought that was that new trading company, hedge fund, but I must be confused. That's more your industry, Landon.
Oh, that's right. Yes, hedge fund trader. Yeah. Finally, I got a good job. Brandon
Let's
Cattell.
see, what were your previous jobs, Landon? What were you before a hedge fund manager?
I think one was a divorce lawyer of some kind.
Yeah, divorce lawyer. Yikes.
Yeah,
Used car salesman.
Well, that's always. But we Brandon Cattell going to come across 7.69 back in the sevens. Oof. This is
Nice.
It's getting tight back, as you look in the high teens and the 20s. I'd be at pins and needles back there. Malik Ray back in 20th. Yikes.
I think this is going to bump Malik Ray, actually.
Oh, yes. We haven't updated yet.
It's going to move Dale Earnhardt Jr. down to 18th. Josh Parker, Bob Bryant, John Gorlinski. I'm nervous for all of those drivers. I mean, it might take an 80 to get in this field, Parker.
I started to think it's going to take an 80, which ruins my entire prediction of the fact that you'd be able to be within 2/10 of the pole. So I think you were right. You said a 10th, and it's looking like it might be just around a 10th that you need to qualify here in the top 20, which is insane.
Well, we've blown 2/10 out of the water.
Well, you don't know that.
I guess the pole. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. We can see a 6.
Well, there's definitely some 60s out there. I mean, there's drivers that have told me they can run 60s. I've seen
There's
them.
drivers who told me they can run 50s. I haven't seen.
Really?
Yeah.
They haven't been running the weather then. What have they been? What have they been running Daytona in December?
I think so. I think they're confused.
I'm saying, can't trust these boys.
Well, they're just going to be shocked when they show up and it's July and 100 million degrees on the track.
Well, do you think
they're just going to be outed as liars? That's all.
So, I mean, this wind direction is west, coming out of the west. So that means it's blowing kind of down the short chute towards the start-finish line. I'm trying to pull up Google Maps on my phone right now to see.
I'm going to need some geography here. The only way I know the wind is when I look at the flags for 3 and 4 at Daytona on a qualifying lap. So, or in practice, as you know, that's the only way I can tell you the wind. And normally my barometer it's heading towards this corner.
Yep. Joshua Chin.
Yeah.
Not gonna be good enough. I don't even think that's top 20 now.
Wow, I'm getting. See, this is where I need to adjust myself. Because I see an 8
what
and I
sense
think
of the
that's
matter?
good. Well, I see an 8 and I think that's great. Good job. But an 8.53 isn't even good enough.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say at this point that a mid 8 is not going to be good enough as Chin slots in the 19th position.
Oh, 19th.
He's over a 10th off.
Well, now we're obviously getting to the point where that focus, we've got a pole award that we're going to give out today, but that trans-service transfer spot is P20. You can see the red line right there. Malik Ray already dropped out. Joshua Chin just barely slid in. Got the Ventrac blowover car from Justin Lisenby on the track. Justin's going to have some speed here. He's one with a good reputation, Parker.
Well, it's not the blowover car yet. That's the blowover counter. But,
that's the blowover counter. Yeah, blowover.
He is in the Ventrac car. And hopefully
not a blowover car.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't blow over in this qualifying lap. Justin Lisenby, one of the Burton Kligerman Esports drivers. Again, he's an awesome young man. Has done some great video work and has some real skills behind the wheel. We'll see what he brings here, David. I haven't heard from him what he felt like he had yet. So this will be a surprise to me.
I didn't ask him what he was expecting out of. I've been keeping him busy editing my YouTube videos. He's my editor for my YouTube videos, and I've been keeping him busy. But he's been practicing. I know the boys over at Nexus Esports have been making sure that he's ready to go. And again, a neighbor here in Arizona to me comes down to the line, cross the line. A 42.844 is going to be the lap for Lisenby. So again, in that danger territory of a mid 8 that we don't really feel too comfortable with.
It's gonna be just ahead of Chin there. Does that beat Dale Earnhardt Jr.?
Don't think so.
I don't think so. I think he'll slot right in between there. So he'll be 19th. And I mean, as we get more and more cars here, though, as we start to look, that it becomes a question. It's not just about the top 20 because you can stand on your time 21st on back. So if you feel that that's good enough, actually, that Lisenby just went to 16th, so that actually could be fairly solid. But if you're in the top 25, so 21st to 25th, I still think a lot of those drivers might look at saying, you know what, I'm going to stand on my time. I'm good. I think it's when you get behind that it really becomes the danger zone. 26 on back is where you really have some decision making.
We got Caden Rush now on the track for his timed lap. Caden Rush out of Brooks, Kentucky, 5,600 I rating, 887 starts, 382 top fives, nearly 50% of his starts. He's got a top five. So again, one of those super consistent guys. The Blue Emu onboard cam with Caden Rush as he works down into turn number 1, 211 miles an hour heading in there. A little bit higher up on the track, but again, trying to point that car to the bottom to get that good, clean exit and run down the back straightaway. We'll see what sort of time or what sort of speed he can get by the time he gets to the end of the back straightaway. But Caden Rush in that number 40 machine, sharp-looking car. I like that color fade as he hit only 214 miles an hour going into 3.
That is a good-looking car. I like that. Got an 80s vibe to it. I like the neon front valence there. So he heads into the tribal, a dip below onto the apron, across the line, 43.117. That's not going to cut it. He's definitely going to have to head.
Hang on to it too, Caden.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got it.
Good looking car. I love the gradient on that piece. There's some good ones coming up here too. Colin Bowden, Nicholas Morse, Mitchell Hunt coming up, Blake Reynolds from Team Dillon Esports, Dead Zone Racing. Gilles Chatelain from Switzerland is about 8 cars away. We'll see Colin Keister coming up. AJ Henderson, the Controller King. As these times start getting really tight, I think it's worth noting we have a tiebreaker process. 'Cause obviously there's 88 cars. There are going to be some ties even down to the 1,000th. We've already seen a couple. Our tie-breaking process is first step. If iRacing doesn't break the tie, as many of you know that iRacing will break the tie because they count to the 10,000th even though you don't see it on the screen. If iRacing does not break the tie for us, then we will break the tie by looking back at your prelim qualifying lap. The faster prelim qualifying lap will prevail. If those 2 laps are a tie, then we'll look at your highest prelim finish. If those 2 don't break the tie, then we'll look at your qualifying draw. And it's just pure luck at that point. And if anybody tuned into our qualifying draw on Monday from my rental car in Talladega, Parker and I streamed it using a bingo ball cranker basket thing. Is that what you would call it?
Bingo ball basket thing. I like it.
While I was describing all that, the Realizer, I think he shared 1,000 bits. Mega shared.
He did.
1,000. Thank you there, Demoralizer. Obviously, Blue Emu with the massive gifted sub bomb. 4278.
Wow, that's
okay,
a good lap.
Colin.
Colin Bowden right there. Good lap for Colin Bowden.
Let's give him some love.
That Wrangler machine looking good. Obviously, very, very quick as well. Breaks into the 7s. Been a little bit since we've seen a 7 go up on the board, but for Colin Bowden, a solid lap there. That's the sort of lap that you're going to want to see to feel good about. As that's good for him, and that's going to put Nick Morse out on the track for High Performance Motorsports. Nick, very nervous about this run. Always a very interesting fellow to talk to. Big supporter here, has helped us out a ton with this production as well. Volunteered his time to help us out with some information, and now we see him on the Blue Emu onboard cam, getting up through the gears down the back straightaway, Parker. But for Nick Morse, this is a big run for him.
It is, and he's actually, you mentioned it, he's been really into this event from the start. Been very helpful as one of the people in the community that we felt like has sort of stepped up and offered to lend a hand and be a part of some of the behind the scenes of this event. But most of all, I think he's just really enjoyed it as a competitor. Really wanted to, be a part of this. Felt like it's a huge opportunity for himself in the sim racing world, and wants to go and show the skills that he has. And someone who's shown a lot of skills for many years. It was actually in the eNASCAR series back in 2013. He's been a part of the Pro Series for 8 years. He's got a bunch of wins in the Pro Series, so he's got the skills pretty loose. Oh, and low off of 2. We haven't seen this yet.
Yeah, low line below the yellow line, which is legal here in 1987. It's also legal to make a pass under the yellow line, but it's going to shoot him up the track.
I don't like that. I don't like that right there. That line right there is not. That's pretty high up on the track right there.
Got to get it back to the bottom. He didn't get it all the way back to the bottom. He's going to use the apron again to the line. 42.91.
That lap.
Not going to cut it. That's a tough one.
Look, that was an eventful lap to still be a 9.
Yeah, there's a lot to it. You can tell he's got some speed in the car. I mean, in the booth here, joining us, Nathan Lyon. What did you see? You just ran your lap. Tell us about what happened versus what your expectations might have been.
Everything from when I was practicing earlier today went just right. I could hit just around a low 7, and when I was sitting in the pits, there was a cloud that came just as Tom was going off. So I feel like that cooled down the track enough to guarantee me to at least hit below like a mid 7. And I ended up hitting the 7.3, but I felt like even with the track, there's still like a high 6, maybe really low 7 in it. If you could get the right cloud cover, because the humidity in this is huge. We're at a 51%, so I mean we can get up to speed a lot quicker than the guys that are at 62, 65% humidity.
Yeah, the humidity is probably going to turn the corner here and start going back up here in Daytona, Nathan. So do you feel like those high 60s, is that just driver execution to get to a high 60?
Oh yeah, definitely. You got to be definitely up on the wheel to hit a high 6, that's for sure. I feel like if you get a 7, you're probably safe. Right now, my teammate Guest is at a low 8, and I feel like that's right going to be at the bubble line when we're coming at in round 3. So,
yeah, that's it's going to be tight. I'm sure. I'm imagining that you're safe. I don't think that you're going to have any problems. There's still a lot of cars left to go. I mean, we're really only halfway through the field, or a little bit past halfway through the field. So as we're on Mitchell Hunt here with a pretty active paint scheme, wouldn't you say, Parker?
Yeah, and this was one that Nick Morse told me, it's his teammate there, he felt like would be really fast. Let's see what he gets across the line. 8.98. Oh, and gets sideways into the grass. Wow, all over the place. Sorry to cut you off there, Nathan, but that was quite an eventful finish. Nathan, tell me, I mean, we've seen a lot of cars get sideways. We've seen cars spin out. We've seen guys, as they come to through the tri-oval on the end of their lap, lose it and get into the wall. How tough are these things to drive? How slick is it? How much is it? Are you on edge? And do you feel like we'll continue to see that through the session?
Oh yeah, it's definitely gonna be a show in the Firecracker too. These cars are not easy to drive at all. It's definitely taken the most driver to drive these things. Last few years in NASCAR, we've been seeing a lot of high downforce, low horsepower kind of stuff. So even though these don't have the most power, there's no downforce or anything in these, and no power steering. So you still got to get up on the wheel, and they're a lot of fun to drive.
We look at Blake Reynolds here, another driver, one of your competitors there, Nathan, in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, a driver out of Team Dillon Esports and representing Dead Zone Racing as well. Certainly a driver who's had his name in the virtual headlines as of late after the last lap events in the All-Star race recently, but a driver to keep an eye on here. And one thing that we've seen, a lot of your fellow competitors there in that series putting down some hot times. But then we see some other teams sort of grouping together as well. As you came into this weekend, just driver to driver here, because remember, it's just you and I talking, nobody else watching, nobody's recording this, nobody will ever know what you say in this moment. What teams did you have your eye on coming into this event?
Man, I definitely thought some guys that used to be in DWC and know this track, when they used to run it, guys like Connie and Gorlinski that know how to deal with these bumps at Daytona. I knew they'd have really fast cars. We're at super speedways too, so I mean your team Slip Angle, they are really quick at super speedways, so I knew they'd be fast. The Merch and LDR guys, they're gonna be quick as well. They're pole capable, so I felt like that was my big competition right there.
Well, one bullet dodge there is Blake Reynolds can only put up a 42.904. Kind of surprising that we don't see a faster time out of him there. Does that surprise you, Nathan?
Yeah, definitely. He's a dead zone teammate, so he's on the dead zone set. I felt like he could definitely get a 7 out of it. Must have just hit the line a little bit off and won or something, but I feel like he's definitely gonna make it tomorrow, though. That's for sure.
You feel pretty good about that time? Do you think was that everything you had, or was there still some more speed in it?
I messed up a 1 and 2 actually a little bit. I drifted up a little bit too high in the center to get over the bumps, and I didn't cut down quick enough. So I feel like there's still a couple hundredths left in it. And being P2 right now feels pretty good, but there's a lot of big names left. There's Colin going at the end of the session, my dead zone and Roush teammate. Then we go in session 3, and we got guys like Christian Peterson, Nexus Nate. We got Casey Kerwin, Kane Cook. Just so many big names in session 3 too. I mean, I could get bumped from second all the way down to 15th really by the end of that thing.
Nathan, do you think that this kind of last third of the field is the track is going to go faster for them and pick up, or do you think the speed is going to level off?
I think so. I think it is going to get faster. I think right now is where it's going to be at its peak for temperature. When session 3 comes up is right where the time of day kind of drops off the temperature. So I feel like the session 3 is going to start off a little bit cooler, and it's not going to raise up. It's probably end up going to drop. So if you have a really late session 3, I think you could get like a 120 track time maybe, and that's a huge advantage. That's a 6 right there if you can hit it right.
Yeah, and then what about tomorrow, drivers that have to rerun tomorrow, especially some of the good ones? I mean, you've got Malik Ray, who's already planning on rerunning. Drivers are posting in Discord already that they want to rerun tomorrow. Is there more in their setup, or is it just execution, or what do you think?
Yeah, these laps are very sensitive. It's a very fine line that you have to run to get over those bumps, and off 2 and off 4. So I feel like definitely Malik will hit it right tomorrow. He's one of the guys I feel like it's an auto lock for the 400. But there's a lot of other big names that might miss it today, and I feel like they'll rebound tomorrow. I feel like Reynolds will definitely get it again tomorrow, like I said earlier. But it all depends about that weather tomorrow, because if there's a cooler track and you end up getting like a track tip of 110 or 120 and redo your lap, you can definitely make the field.
Yeah. Well, Nathan Lyon, thank you very much. We've got Dale Jr. is on the bubble. So that's a driver that I anticipate will have to make a decision if he wants to stand on his time or not. But Nathan Lyon, thanks for joining us in the booth. Great lap, by the way. Right now, you're looking at a front row spot.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate you guys having me in the booth. Just wanted to say big thanks to everyone at Roush, Nexus, Jesse, Houston, and of course Cosman too at Splash and Go Graphics for all the awesome paint schemes to give me this year. All the stuff you see in the Coke series, that's all Cosman right there. So for me and Colin.
Great. Good. Awesome. You always got a good looking piece. All right, Nathan, good luck, and we'll see you in the Firecracker 400.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Nathan. We got Jake Poulin on track right now representing FTF Racing Leagues. And I love this paint scheme. I absolutely love this paint scheme. The old Papyrus Company logo there. We wouldn't have sim racing as we know it today without Papyrus. I mean, they were the pioneers of giving us NASCAR Racing Series where I started and many of us started. And Jake flying down the back straightaway right now. I love that paint scheme, Parker, Landon. I know both of you guys come from that background as well. It has to put a smile on your face to see it.
Yeah, I feel 100%. Like sometimes we still have Papyrus. Just a big family. Great founders of iRacing. Got a handful for Jake. Yeah.
So coming out. I was distracted by that right now, but no, you said it. You know, Papyrus was instrumental all the way back to IndyCar racing or whatever it's called, and just led the way. David Kramer is a legend. He's the OG of designing these things and the ultimate leader in it. And that's why we're all here, because we love racing. And I just
especially this guy right here.
The 500 was the first one. That's right. But yeah, it's just so much fun. It's brought this whole world together, and now we have the great product is iRacing that allows us to do cool, awesome events like this.
Yeah, and I mean, how much do you gotta love racing if you're Gilles Chatelain, who is joining us from Switzerland? Yes. So can we get a clock on Gilles? We got Kyle Putz in the booth now, my spotter. Kyle, are you good at time zones?
I can barely keep track between me being in Central Time and y'all being on Eastern Time. I gotta say.
Gilles from Switzerland is driving the Perrier car.
Yep. Yeah,
I said that
you said that the most American
in the most
way
American way possible.
Perrier.
What is it?
Perrier.
Perrier car. Wow, that was great. Gilles, I would love to see this. Parker, last week, and can you tell us what Gilles did last week? Not just racing his way in, but after the prelims.
Well, that's right. He, you caught me off for a sec. He actually got done with our prelims and then went and competed in the Le Mans 24 Hours on iRacing, completing all his stints. I don't know exactly how he finished, but I just say that's the ultimate award of doing our prelims late at night on a Friday night, and then, or basically early in the morning for him, and then going off and running his stints at the Le Mans 24 Hours. I hope this is a fast lap. He's an incredibly awesome story as he comes to the start-finish line. Let's see what he's got. 43.0.
That's going to be tough. He's going to be tough. Not enough speed. He's going to have to rerun. Dale Jr. defends his position on the bubble. Kyle Putz, you're sitting third right now. Where did that put you in comparison to your expectations?
It definitely took the stress off of having to make that decision tomorrow. I mean, I know I'm not safe. There's a lot of guys that still have to go, and sitting. Yeah. I mean, really anybody can be knocked out of this top 20 here since there's more than 20 guys to go. But definitely feel a lot more relaxed. I know I felt a little too relaxed when I was taking the flag there because I kind of caught the fence in the tri-oval. But I was just more excited about the lap time than anything at that moment. So it's a good feeling.
Keister's not getting up to speed here.
He's got an issue here.
He needs to get up to speed, and I don't know what he's doing, but
I think he's got a motor issue.
Looks like we're gonna see a replay from Keister and see what he might have missed a shift. He might have missed a shift.
Well, he was having issues. He actually talked to race control.
I think he did. He might have missed a shift there. You know, we got Josh Mendoza race control. We got Josh Mendoza on race control is, you know, definitely stays on top of that stuff, making sure everything's square though. You know, gonna be on high alert when you have a Coke Series driver that's pulling off pit road and doing some funny stuff. But, you know, here at Daytona, it is high priority. That's me talking, not Kyle Putz. That's high priority to get up to speed. But Kyle, what did you learn about getting up to speed there?
Basically, get up to speed as fast as you can and as hard as you can. Like the nice thing that we can do here is launch right out of the pits and come right on up onto the track. We don't have to worry about taking the apron down in 1 and 2. So. It's just getting through the gears as quickly and as clean as you can. And for me, the best thing that I found was keeping the RPMs up. Just kind of found a power band up there, and helps you get through there.
42.91. That Colin is not going to be happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, there was no advantage to doing anything there other than getting up through the gears and up to speed. It didn't count the lap for him.
We did see a 91 though.
We had some issues here.
If we got the lap,
difficulties.
Well,
so we're gonna review his lap and make sure. We have AJ Henderson, the controller king, is up. AJ Henderson driving the Blue Emu house car. Look at that.
Interesting stuff. I'm still trying to process the whole Colin Keister thing. That's, as you said, eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver. He won this year at Charlotte Motor Speedway and just could not get that car up through the gears.
So just to recap that, he struggled to get the car up through the gears. Must have missed a shift, over revved it, lost his acceleration, and then, you know, really didn't had a black flag from the pit exit that we didn't get cleared. So we have a lap time for him, which was at 42.91. So we'll probably review that and just make sure that that will stand, because his lap time was legal. Everything was legal there. We will review the replay, but he's going to need to rerun tomorrow to make the race. So we got AJ Henderson on the track, Controller King. Kyle, have you talked to AJ at all? Do you know how he's feeling, his confidence level?
I haven't talked to AJ since this whole deal started. All I know is that he's gonna probably embarrass the field here because it's AJ and he's got a lot of speed behind that controller. So I'm really curious to see how this lap goes for him.
He's holding a tight line, really not a lot of drift, a little close to the apron.
He looked good. He looked good down there.
I think that's good. I mean, he's carrying some decent speed to 12, 13, 14, 15.
Pretty good.
I think that's a pretty good straightaway. I like
Washed
this.
up a little in the center there.
I know,
I don't
but
know
he
if
got
it's
it
a
back
7,
down.
but it's not bad.
I'm going 88, 80, 80, 80.
77. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
All right, I
He's
feel better
not
about
human.
myself.
Wow. On
He's
a
not human.
controller. I mean, he never lets us down.
There's a reason he's called the Controller King. It's not just for show. He earned that title because he really is just that good.
I mean, AJ Henderson, Blue Emu's in the chat everywhere.
Anybody want to buy a wheel? I think I could do this on a controller.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently we all should. That guy is amazing.
I can just see it now. Fanatech hates this guy. Learn his secret here.
Yeah.
That
all wheel
is,
manufacturers do not like AJ Anderson. No wheel sponsorships in his future.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable lap. That's... oh my goodness. What a story. That's a great lap for AJ Henderson. Puts him 5th.
Knocking Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Junior's finally knocked out. Yeah.
Yeah.
It took a while. He was hanging there for a while, but now Junior's finally bumped. That puts Josh Parker on the cut line and our good friend Garrett Smithley on the track, looking to get a good lap in here. And again, another one of those paint schemes that you want to see out there if you want some extra money.
Garrett Smithley driving the INFRA house car. He is going to be driving the Radius car. He won in the Radius car last week in a Chevy. Decided to pull out a Ford for qualifying.
Don't know if it was... Well,
I don't even know if that's legal, Parker. First of all, I don't know.
Yeah, switching.
I don't even know if it's legal.
Paint schemes. I mean, we got all. At least both are house sponsors, so that's fine.
Is that?
Oh
no!
Oh man, Garrett.
Bear, what are you doing?
That is a backup car for him.
Lean Stream Nation in shambles, watching their man smack the wall on his qualifying lap.
Oh, F's in the chat for Garrett. Sliding up into the
we almost had a Ventrac blowover right there. Almost.
We did. In the INFRA car.
Close. Oh. You can see what once he hit with that right rear, and it almost goes over, but once the right front hit, it launched off the wall. Car got completely out of control. We had heard that we basically would have some cars that would lose it off for. That was the most evidence we've seen of that so far.
We talked about it at the top of the show. Top of the show, turn 4 was going to be the tough spot, and it bit Garrett Smithley right there. Bit him hard as he ate the outside wall there. First driver we've seen really smack the wall and ruin his lap. So undoubtedly, of course, he's going to have to run another lap tomorrow. Heartbreak for Smithley right there. I mean, that's somebody I think we all sort of penciled in as somebody that was going to put down a good lap that we expected to see towards the top of the chart, and it just did not work out for him.
He definitely needed to. Obviously, recapping a little bit here as we are going to continue. We're going to take a quick break, dust clean off the track. Kyle Putz, thank you for joining us in the booth. You're welcome to head back to the green room, get plenty of snacks. Obviously, we've got unlimited Chick-fil-A chicken nuggets. in there and sweet tea. So please enjoy yourself. AJ Henderson, Controller King, putting it in the top 5, bumping Dale Jr. I mean, that's a big moment for the Controller King. He's never let us down. LCQC final main event, obviously racing his way into the prelims. What do we have next? I mean, we've got 28, 29 drivers left to go. Parker, I mean, what do we expect here? The weather is kind of changing. The wind's going to be dying down, I think. I think the track is going to be cooling off. Do you think that Nathan Lyon was right? Are we going to see some faster times in this next third of group of cars?
I believe so, and I think there's also just some cars that are just generally fast, right? But I do know that there is a couple drivers I've been chatting with here that are not feeling very safe. They felt like if they could stay maybe towards the top, I don't know. I don't want to give away all their secrets. Maybe somewhere in the top 25. I think that's a big consensus that they would probably not rerun. But, it's looking like as we have this whole next set of drivers late in the session, I don't know. I wouldn't feel safe even if I was in 15th right now. I mean, it's just I think this is going to get incredibly tight. It's going to take, will we see the pole take away? I think we could. So I think everything is up for grabs right here. I don't think we'll, if you're in the top 5, maybe top 10, I'd say you're safe in that top 20. But I don't think the pole is set. And I absolutely don't think, 11th on back, you're safe right now by any means.
Still a lot to be figured out here. And we got more laps to go with more drivers. I think we saw that a great setup can overcome track conditions. And I think there's still some big bullets left to run here. But before we let this last group of drivers out there to put down their laps one more time, let's get the hype going for this thing. If you missed the video earlier, we're going to run it one more time. Turn up the volume, sit back, relax, enjoy this, because this is hype.
At this point in the season, which is exactly halfway through the year, each of the drivers has learned to play his particular role and play it very well. For example, Dale Earnhardt. He's the tough guy, mean and feared, and he likes it that way. Today, he starts from 5th place. Or how about Darrell Waldron, current national champion? Typecast is brash and outspoken, while off camera he shows a softer side. After blowing an engine in practice, he'll start 23rd. Bill Elliott, last year's leading man with win after win. This year he seemed to have mislaid the script until suddenly he won big 3 weeks ago. Today he starts 2nd.
The car is rumbling out of turn 4 into the tri-oval. The pace car is away, and the Firecracker 400 is moments away from receiving the green flag.
Not show up on the board, but he has been very much a factor in this whole thing.
2.5-mile track.
And now they run it flat out without as much as even backing off of the turns. Watches Dale Earnhardt in car number 3.
The leader right now is Ken Schrader. White flag is out. They're in the final lap.
It gets better every time we see it. It just, that's so cool, man. I love that. You just, for
love that.
Sim racer, for real racers, it doesn't matter. You see that, all the history. I mean, come on. Bill Elliott, Dale Earnhardt, just, goosebumps, man. Goosebumps. I love it.
So great. I mean, we've got so much in store for you guys. A lot of promo coming. The Hall of Fame helped us out. We'll have some news for you on that coming yet to come. We've got almost 30 more drivers. I've got to get the count exactly right, but it's somewhere around 30 more drivers to go as we're sweeping the track off here. The weather in Daytona, like I said a couple minutes ago, is changing a little bit. The wind is kind of dying down. The temperatures are still really high. It's 90 degrees in the sim here. The sun is moving in the sky, so I feel like the second half of this group are going to see some cooler track temps. They're not going to have the sun right on them like the drivers that went out at 1 o'clock in the sim. So it's going to be a little bit cooler, but I don't know. Is that going to translate to speed, Parker?
Oh, I think the wind will be a big part of it. So we're looking at a little less wind right now, although that can change through this session. And I think that's one thing that a lot of people were looking at was that wind. As we clean this racetrack off, we'll see in terms of the heat and such, though, it just looks like it's been constant. It's up there 90 degrees, 133 degree track temp. We've seen that change a little bit, maybe at times with a cloud here and there, but I stand by it. I think, no position is safe, and I absolutely don't think we've maybe seen our pole sitter yet. So there's some world championship drivers that are coming up, and, so maybe other surprises out there that maybe worked on that setup a ton that are going to surprise us with a really fast time here. But I truly believe the pole's up for grabs.
Do you think we're going to see a 6? Is that going to be the pole time of the 6?
I don't know about a 6, but I think a very low 7, yes, will be the pole.
Okay.
And well, first out to roll here in just a minute as we get race control into position. We've got Aaron McCackeren, the Pontiac kid, who raced his way in. Big fans of the Pontiac kid. He's been streaming. He's been putting Firecracker 400. He's been promoting with us. It's been great. We've got Justin Botello, who most certainly has got to be streaming right now. I hope he is. So you guys could see his in-car. Christian Peterson is up. Casey Kerwin is going to be going out early in this session. Kane Cook, who we'd love to get in the booth, talk about some of the formatting. Kane was, had a big voice in terms of our format, our wind conditions. So we're going to get Kane in here.
And his scheme. We got to talk about his scheme. His car there.
Kane's got a great scheme.
But we'll get into that later. One thing we do have to say, I saw a lot of people in the chat talking about the promo video, and we got to give a huge shout out to Alex Horn, who just absolutely knocked it out of the park with that one. Wanted to do it, took some extra time out of his day and days to put that together. And, the Hall of Fame, NASCAR Hall of Fame, for allowing us to use some amazing footage that brought that together. But I saw someone say, I want to run through a wall now, and I agree. That thing gets me pumped up. The only thing that I'm sad about through all this is I'm jealous I'm not racing in this event. So
me too.
I think I know it's a good event. I know you too, David, that it's a good event when we're all here and we're like, man, I wish we were racing.
Yeah, I think we all want to be out there. We all want to prove that we're the fastest, right? I mean, it kills the three of us to be up here. We all want to be out there. We would definitely be out there if we weren't doing this right now. We want to go out there and show that we could be the fastest for sure. Quick check of Twitter with the hashtag Firecracker 400. Want to mention this real quick. Freddie Kraft, the spotter for Bubba Wallace, who has tweeted a few times throughout Fire Weeks here, checks in and says, damn, at Garrett Smithley, that looked like a little too much karaoke last night off of 4. Hashtag Firecracker 400.
Oh man, Garrett, that's tough. I don't know if he's gonna live that one down.
Got him.
So big shout out to everybody watching, whatever platform you're watching on. If you're here on Twitch, on Landon Cassill's Twitch stream, or Facebook on eRacer's Facebook page, or on Twitter with eRacer as well. We really appreciate y'all being here. Hope you're enjoying yourself here for INFRA Pole Night as we get the top 20 locked in and then figure out all the drama and who's going to rerun, who's going to stand on their time for tomorrow as the first car rolls here. As that's going to be Aaron McCackeren in that 16 Pontiac kid. See what he can do, man. That's first leading off. I mean, as the first car to hit the track, everybody's watching you. Everyone's looking to see what it's going to be like. And so for Aaron, maybe more pressure than the other drivers in this group right here.
Well, speaking of a guy that can handle some pressure and knows Aaron McCackeren, in the booth, we've got the controller king, AJ Henderson. AJ, what are you seeing right now with Aaron? What is he feeling? What with your talks, talking to Aaron this week and his preparation? What are you expecting?
He wasn't the most confident person ever, but I wasn't either, and I put down a pretty good lap. So I'm hoping for the best here for him.
How was your lap? I mean, it seemed maybe it was out of the blue, out of nowhere for you. Definitely didn't surprise us. You've never seemed to fail in these high pressure situations. What was going through your head?
Yeah, I got down to turns 1 and 2, and I got a little loose in the center of 1 and 2, and I thought I threw it away. I thought I was going to run like an 8-10, which still might make it, who knows. But then I got into 3 and 4, and it just stuck perfectly, and got, I think, like a 7.67 or something, 7.676 or something like that. Yeah, it was pretty. That's about what I've been running my best time in practice, so it worked out perfectly.
Wow, so you must have gotten some track weather accurate. As we see, the track temp is cooling down right now. It's actually 125. Aaron got a really good cloud. A 43.21 is not going to cut it for him. He's going to be moving to second round qualifying. Lighter wind. Yes, AJ.
I got to jump in, AJ. I got to get in this. How in the heck are you doing this on a controller? Just please tell us, what is the secret? No one understands what you're able to do on this controller.
I don't know. The best way I can explain it is if you use a wheel I used a wheel for 8 months. If you use a wheel for at least 8 months and then use a controller, you'd be just as good on a controller as you can be on a wheel. It just takes, it might take a couple weeks, a few hours a day, but you'll get there. If that's something you're interested in doing, go for it.
All right, so that's, you're saying it's basically just timing it out perfectly. Get enough experience on the wheel, jump to controller, you got it.
Absolutely, you don't overdo it.
My thumbs hurt from all my PS2 days, so I don't know if that would work for me.
Well, you got to train them again, you know? You got to get those little boxes that have all the toys on them so you can work out your thumbs.
Yep. That's, all right, good to know.
Maybe a fidget spinner?
Yeah, I got to do like thumb workouts.
Yeah, you make some Burton Kligerman eSport fidget spinners.
Deal. All right, we got you on the product team now. Thank you. We're gonna send you commission later.
Ah, sweet.
All right, we got Jabo on the track here. Justin Botello in that number 20, representing Outrun Esports, and certainly a fan favorite there out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Over 4,000 career starts for Jabo. Big time Twitch streamer. Love the guy. Always a fun time. All his catchphrases as well. Just so good with what he does. Beloved by his community. Really sideways into 3 there, though. Carried a lot of speed.
Jabo's definitely always got some speed. Obviously, winner of the Monza Madness event. 43.14 is not going to be good enough.
Notably slower. These first 2 cars notably slower in this grouping than what we saw in the previous one.
Do you think, AJ, is that have anything to do with the wind? I mean, we went from 9-mile-an-hour winds coming out of the west to 3. I mean, anything, what is that?
I did notice the lower the wind got, the higher the track temp got, but it sounds like the track temp's pretty low as well. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe we'll wait another 10 cars or so and see where we're at.
Well, after Nathan, we've got Christian Peterson and Casey Kerwin coming up here, but Nathan Rabideau from Tampa, Florida.
Nathan Rabidabadoo, as I like to call him.
I was waiting for it.
He even put that above the window there. He put that on there for me, which I appreciate. But Nathan represent Nexus as well. Beautiful paint scheme. I love that sort of vaporwave Tron-esque looking paint scheme. That's a good looking race car. No surprise it's done by Splash & Go Graphics as well. I tell you, Cosman and the team at Splash & Go have so much representation in this race, and selfishly, I love them. Of course, they do all my paint schemes too. As we look at the Blue Emu onboard cam for Nathan, but gosh, that just shows you the high quality work that Splash & Go Graphics can do, man. What's it going to be for Rabidabadoo? 2:15 at the end of the back straightaway. I'll say it as many times as I can. I mean, that's a name that was sort of born out of a different group of racing here on iRacing with my good friend Travis Brown. But we love Nathan Rabideau. Knows how to win big races. Puts down a 42.849. Yeah, that's a good lap right there.
Oh, sorry.
That's a good lap right there. Back to what we were seeing out of the other groups right there. Still not, that good time. We talked about the mid 8s being sort of that danger zone that you're not going to feel super comfortable with, but that sort of tells me that perhaps the track is not that slow, and those first 2 guys that went out just missed it a little bit.
It's I think we just haven't seen the full potential of the track yet, but we'll start to get there. Christian Pedersen, New Canaan, Connecticut, just basically about 20 minutes from me there, here up in CT. So I love to see that. Nice Connecticut guy here, hometown. I'm now suddenly rooting for Christian Pedersen. Big Christian Pedersen fan, guys. Peterson.
We just call him CP. He's a short track master. If you watched
I don't know about
Esports
that,
at all,
David. We're gonna call him Peterson.
What, CP? So that's his nickname.
Perfect.
Well, he's from Connecticut. We say it differently.
CP from CT?
Yeah,
there you go. Races in the Podium Cars Esport Tour.
Yes, he does. Very accomplished driver over there. A lot of wins. Just so many wins and everything. It seems like any car he jumps in, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. 213 going into turn 1. That's the sort of speed you like to see.
AJ, what do you think that bubble is going to be? I mean, and actually, I want you to answer the bubble, but I also want you to put yourself in the shoes of someone like Dale Earnhardt Jr. or Joshua Chin. At what point do you get knocked down far enough that you do need a rerun tomorrow?
I think the bubble's going to be like a 42.815 or maybe a 42.82. And I think if you're 20 or 30, let's just say if you're 30th or worse, you definitely want to rerun tomorrow. And there's definitely some guys I think that are back there who might have just missed their line a little bit. And if they had a second chance, they could get it no problem as well. So.
Peterson puts it P11. So the track has it. How about, can we say that?
Definitely has it.
Definitely got it.
Yeah. I mean, we're at the coolest track temps that we've had all day, and the winds are basically non-existent. I mean, it's 2 mile per hour winds at the moment, westward winds, or coming out of the west, and track temp is 129. Dylan Thomas takes the track in the Wins machine. I love these Wins cars.
Those are good cars. It's ticking up a little bit. It went the lowest we've seen, and now ticked back up towards 130. But the winds are also picking up a little bit here. Peterson got some very favorable wins there.
Oh, that's not a win. That's not a Wins car.
He got you confused. It looked exactly like it. But
it's a Woo car.
It's Woo. Woo Tungsten.
Woo Tungsten. What's Woo Tungsten? I have to Google that.
We'll have to find out. Look it up. I love going on board. Watch those hands work. All the bumps.
Woo Tungsten is a fishing company. They make fishing items.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so like, don't you have like tungsten? What is it, the sinkers or something?
The weights. Yeah.
There you go.
You know, if I can say one more thing, I think the pole sitter will be in this session.
Really?
I think so.
Is there a certain person that you're thinking of, or you just think it's going to come from this session?
My money is always on Brian Blackford, so that's who I'm going to put it on. Well, I don't want to put more pressure on him, so I'm not going to. I didn't say that, okay? But, like, low-key, I think it's going to be Brian Blackford.
Low-key, yep. No, that's cool.
Is it a 6? Does he hit a 6?
I don't know about a 6.
I think he's capable of it. It's just, is the track capable of it? If there's a guy that knows how to test this track,
Brian's in the chat right now, freaking out, saying, no, don't say that. The pressure is mounting.
Brian needs to get off his social media.
I knew I shouldn't have, because he was in chat like 5 minutes ago saying he was nervous. And I totally just made it way worse.
We should tell a little story. As Casey Kerwin comes up on the track here, guys. This is one of those heavy hitters. Drives for Denny Hamlin Racing, Denny Hamlin Esports, in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. And I think he should have a lot of speed.
It's to be expected. I mean, we saw Blake Reynolds not have a great lap, and we expected one out of him. I looked at his Twitter, and he blamed it on the wind, said he caught a bad gust of wind, which is what caused him not to run a great lap there. But we'll see what Casey Kerwin can do here for Denny Hamlin Racing. Been a tough season. If you're paying attention and following the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series, it has been an absolute nightmare run through the schedule so far for Casey Kerwin. So much bad luck, so many things not going his way, but I don't know. A good run here could turn all that around. It's not going to fix the season, but something to push him in a positive direction.
It's a really good point. And, we talked about all these eNASCAR drivers coming out and doing an event like this in the midst of their season. You think, oh, maybe it could be distracting, whatever. I think for a lot of them, there's such pressure in that series. It's such a big deal. You've got to find a release, and to come do something as cool as this, it's fun, it's different, it gets your mind away from it. It could cause a little bit of a momentum shift.
Hopefully.
Casey's hoping for.
Parker, Casey's got a really good line off of 4, and we've got RK Kerwin in the chat says if Casey gets the pole, they're donating bits. I don't know if they're related. And 786.
Good lap.
No.
Good lap.
Good lap.
Not good enough, but that's
a good lap.
That's good enough to put it in the show as Goleta holds on to the top spot. Dodged a big bullet right there.
That's a good lap, though. And again, that just shows that the track you can get these laps out on this track. So don't let the conditions fool you. You can put down a fast lap. You just gotta execute.
That puts Casey 8 on the leaderboard. AJ, you're holding on to your top 5 spot. Lisenby on the cut line. Bob Bryant is on the outside looking in. Josh Parker, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Rabadabadoo. Joshua Chin.
Oh. Nick Holland here down the backstretch.
AJ, I want to thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
We'll let you back to our green room where we've got some fresh lobster in there now.
Yeah, I hope Kyle just ran
I need to check out this green room. Jeez.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
There's also
what am I doing in here? I need to go over there. See you guys.
It's basically, it's whatever you want it to be because
it's a fantasy.
It's a fantasy. Yep.
Be filled with ice cream sandwiches then for me.
RK Kerwin did cheer 300 bits. It looks like. So thank you, RK Kerwin. Hopefully you're a relation to Casey. We know it's good to know that Casey's got some fans in the chat. Most popular driver in the eNASCAR series.
We should say to the other streams out there, if you're listening to this, that's for the Twitch stream. If you're on Facebook, you'd have to head to the Twitch stream to see this sort of bit action.
All right, AJ. We will catch you at the Firecracker 400, driving the Blue Emu house car as Nick Holland makes a 43.17 sideways.
We're going to say you're basically locked in. So get those thumbs ready for 400 miles.
I will take your word for it, and I will see you guys next week. Have a good night.
Good job, AJ.
Thank you.
How the hell is he going to do 400 miles on a controller?
I don't know. Literally makes my hands hurt thinking about it.
Strong thumbs in the booth. Right after AJ, we had to pull him away. Well, actually, before we get to that, Parker, tell us about Kane Cook's car, and we want to get some close-ups of this thing because he had some work to do after his prelims on last week.
So this is super cool, and Shieldhouse, jump in any time with this. So basically, what's happening here is Kane Cook and his designer, is it Kligerman? Did I get that
Kligerman,
right?
Yeah.
Kligerman, they have come up with this Nissan Skyline. That's an element, basically the Skyline of this time. It's also being, it's now on stage 2 upgrade. So it's got a carbon fiber hood, carbon fiber spoiler. And they left, if you look there, there's a donut on the left side. That's from the prelims. Some rivets on the left front fender. That's from the little bit of damage from the prelims. This is all going to change throughout the event. And they may even get a sponsor. So if you're looking for a car to sponsor that's going to have a bit of an evolution and is staying within the full spirit of the event and reality and realisticness of the event, then this is the car to sponsor because Kane Cook and designer have done an excellent job, and they've been just very, very innovative this, and it's awesome to see.
It's very cool looking car, but Don't let this distract you from the fact that Hector's going to be running 3 Honda Civics with Spoon engines. And on top of that, he just went into Harry's and ordered 3 T66 turbos with NOS and a Motec system exhaust, all right?
Oh, that's so great.
Look, I just like the tuna fish, all right?
Parker, to get a sponsor, you got to put it in the show. What's he got?
Guys, let's see.
And wow, 42.75.
Oh, my God.
I'd say that's gonna put him close. I mean, where are we at? Oh, he's
in
the show. Yes.
Yeah.
Casey Kerwin, most popular driver in the NASCAR iRacing Coca-Cola Series. Can you tell us what you just saw?
That was a fast lap. That's what I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. My lap felt alright. I was a little nervous, shaky arms into one. Messed the line a little bit, but yeah, everyone thought this session would be kind of slow because of the humidity, but I think it makes up for it and a lower track temp. It equals out. It seemed like the start of the lap slow, but then the handling's a little bit better through the corners. So, yeah, I thought my lap was halfway decent. Hopefully, it's good enough to lock in. So, that's I'm gonna sit here anxiously.
I think you're gonna be close.
Well, sorry, you said shaky arms. Elaborate a little bit there. Is that just nervousness or
nerves? Yeah,
car bouncing around. All right.
Yeah. Don't want to choke. I'm really good at that in qualifying. I think that's honestly my specialty. I have a career starting spot of about like 24th, I think, in the Coke Series. So it's qualifying is definitely my Achilles heel. So yeah, especially in this, you know, if you barely miss the line into one, you can hit a bump horribly wrong, crash, and potentially go flying through the air. So, you know, I didn't want to screw that up, and thankfully I didn't too terribly.
Well, Casey Kerwin, I think we got a lot of faith in you. I think I've got some faith in your lap P9 right now. I think you're going to be good. I know you're nervous right now. I think your worst case scenario is, you know, 15th, 16th. Oh, is Aaron Smith is sideways across the line.
He's got it. He's fine.
Hey, he's good. He's got it.
Did burn a set of tires.
So he's good, but the car's good.
Not going to be able to use those scuffs in practice. They're going to be flat spotted, obviously.
Definitely need a new set. But drive around slowly. You don't want to drag off all the underside of that car.
Yeah, that's really the pipes are what's the limiting factor height-wise, ground clearance. So, Casey, thanks for joining us. Great lap, man. I think that we'll see you in the 400, but if we don't...
If you don't, I blame you for jinxing it right now.
Well, you do have the option to run tomorrow. You can stand on your time or you can run again tomorrow.
Just remember, Casey, I didn't say a damn thing.
Yes, yeah. I'll make Landon owe me some Jets pizza.
There you go. See you, man.
See ya.
See you, bud.
What a pro.
Good fellow there. Good guy.
Hey,
funny guy.
I got one that I have been looking forward to for a couple of days here, and he just put it up there for us. P3 on the board in the booth right now. He's got his mouth full of Jets pizza and just finishing up on some of that fresh lobster that we have in the green room. Kane Cook. Kane, where did that come from?
Well, you know, the boys at Nissan were taking this event real seriously. They hadn't had a chance at a 1987 Daytona race before, so they worked really hard at the shop. You know, Cosman did a hell of a job painting this. You can catch him at facebook.com/splashandgographics. And I think it's probably the paint schemes what made it go so fast, to be honest.
Great. Kane, so go ahead, Parker.
So I just told the viewers about, you know, the situation with that Skyline, how it's getting upgrades through the event, also some repairs. Tell us where that idea came from. You know, what inspired you to do that, and what are you hoping that thing looks like come Firecracker 400 time?
Well, you know, most good things start as a joke, and Cosman's got a great sense of humor and a great sense of technical ability, so we're trying to make it come true. I tried to think of, you know, Days of Thunder, which you guys, you know, put a lot of effort into getting this kind of retro feel, and how Harry's building the car, and I thought, you know, everybody's doing that, but how many people are throwing it back to the arcades where, you know, you get that Too Fast, Too Furious machine, and you upgrade it through the way. So that's kind of what I was trying to do, bring a little bit of uniqueness, a little bit of difference here. And if we weren't as fast today and we were going to have to go through day 2, anybody who follows me on Twitter knows we were about to bring out the carbon fiber trunk too, but I don't think we'll be needing that today.
Well, yeah,
so awesome.
Hopefully you don't have no more repairs to do. You guys can maybe buff on it a little bit more for the 400. I'd safe to say you're probably locked in. I think you got some fans in the chat too. Professor Stowe gave us 5,000 bits, so thank you, Professor. Kane, I want to talk to you about the format here, because we talked a lot about the format, the dynamic weather. It seemed like something that you were a little concerned about going into. How do you feel now compared to how you felt a couple days ago?
I will start out by saying the reason why I was harping on you so much was because I absolutely love what you guys are doing. You have one of the best broadcasts I've seen in racing, easily one of the best I've seen in iRacing. You guys have been putting on a flawless show as far as servers going up, everything technical's been going right. And I really believe, since this is your second big event, I don't know what your plans are, so I'm kind of trying to read between the lines. But you have like a business on your hands as like a sim racing promoter here. I mean, these big events go perfectly as a combo with DWC, which is going to be on TV later this year. And I don't see a reason why something this big can't end up there. And the weather didn't mean as much as I thought it was going to. I think it might have cost me a grill today, but we'll have to see if someone goes faster in my session. But that's why I was so worried about it. I would still really rather have a completely even playing field, because I understand and appreciate what you're going for as far as the realism and immersion, but online we already have things like netcode in the prelims. Donnie's internet fell out, so he didn't get to qualify for his prelim race, and he still almost got back, couldn't quite. You got, some people causing wrecks in the prelim that are taking really high profile drivers out, and I think we already have those natural stories going, so I didn't want to see the prestige of this race get taken away because the right people didn't make it into the feature. And luckily, I don't think that's what's going to happen based on the times I've been seeing. But anytime you leave that door open, I mean, we're within a tenth of each other. We have infinite laps. We have spec cars. Setup's the only difference. In 1987, they didn't have infinite laps. They certainly didn't have spec cars. They were cheating them up. So those were my concerns. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. And I hope it's something you consider in the future changing, because not only is it for the people who miss out, kind of like, man, did I just get told to go home because of some RNG weather? But if I was to get pole, the whole rest of the time that ever got brought up, there'd be someone saying, oh, well, you just caught the wind. And I want my achievements to be, 100% solid. I don't want to leave any room for doubt. So that's just my stance on it.
Well, we appreciate that, and that's a great debate. We want to carry it on, because we want big events. We want the most prestigious events. So,
and huge props for you bringing me in here, by the way, even though I disagreed with your format. I mean, that's a ton of respect for bringing me in here.
Well, hey, we can all have discourse. We'll definitely keep it open all the time, Kane. Thanks for coming. Good luck in the Firecracker 400. I am definitely excited to tell you that you just really have to dodge one more bullet, and then you're officially locked into the field. Nathan Lyon is locked in. So,
Kane, don't go anywhere. I got a question for you before you leave. How do you respond to the story that just broke recently about the fact that Hector is going to be showing up with 3 Honda Civics with spoon engines in them?
I mean, that's like the least concerning thing I've ever heard.
There you have it. He is a pro's pro.
I would also like to give big shout out to Jesse Atchison and Nexus. I didn't end up running their set in queue tonight, but they've been doing a ton of effort. Kevin McAdams for testing a bunch for Dead Zone, helping Houston put the speed in the car. Houston brought a killer set. And Cosman, obviously, doing a great job with the manufacturer template and the scheme. And any big sponsors out there, I don't see anything on the panel, so now's your chance.
There you go. Well, you're locked in the field. You can go for a sponsor now. Kane, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Well, Parker,
definitely the the highlight. David asking him if what he felt about Hector and the Honda Civics, but I'm sorry, I can't get over that.
I love it. That's gonna be a great storyline. I hope he gets a sponsor for the field. He's Obviously third right now, locked in. But he may not be third for long. I got a text message here just a minute ago that said Jake Nichols to the pole. Obviously that hadn't happened yet. This is live, so we don't know. I think we should find out here. So I
can see it. The driver for Mode Motorsports. I could see it happening. Another slip angle guy as well, and this boy knows speed. I'll tell you that.
He's even got a little bit of a cloud.
Yeah, it would make Kyle Long very happy to
213.
See that. So, owner of Mode Motorsports there. Former
213
NFL player.
going into 1. Nice tidy line through 1 and 2. Let's see the speed down the back straightaway. This looks like a fast run right here, boys. Let's see if he can build that speed. It's struggling to build that speed.
Big 215. It didn't get to
for a minute.
It did there for a while, but we heard Casey say that straightaway speeds might be lower, but the corner speeds have been higher.
Corner speeds, yeah.
It was locked
this
on the
was a
bottom
good-looking
there.
lap. Good-looking
lap.
lap.
Really nice 3 and 4.
73.
That's
wow. Wow, what a lap.
Oh, front row. Looking at a front row spot for Jake Nichols. Close. Ooh, that'll give me the shivers.
6 1,000s off of Galata. That's a hell of a lap there from Jake Nichols. Well done.
I mean,
one of those laps you could just look at and you knew it looked fast.
It was tidy, everything lined up there. We're watching the cloud cover made a big difference. The track temp dropped a little bit, and he took full advantage of that and threw down a really good lap. But Joseph Galata still holds on pole. He's taking a couple of shots there. Nathan Lyon, Nichols, Ken Cook, but no one can knock him down.
That does knock out John Gorlinski. Justin Lisenby's been knocked out. Bob Bryant's been knocked out. Josh Parker's been knocked out of the top 20. That puts Will Cooley on the cutoff line. Eddie Kerner right ahead of him. Eric Smith in 18th. So some of these guys right around that line still got some sweating to do.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. all the way back to 25th. So he's going to have some decision to make here if he's gonna stand on his time or decide to rerun tomorrow.
That's a great point that just was made by Uber Evil Genius in chat. Your top 3, all from different groups.
Yeah, I mean, well, just 3 different parts of this entire qualifying session. This is 3 hours worth of qualifying, and they're all kind of from a different hour. So, we've seen a lot of weather. But like Kane said, maybe it wasn't as dramatic as he thought, the weather swing. We've gone from 6 to 9 down to 3 mile-per-hour winds. We've had a humidity swing, and it seems like maybe they've balanced themselves out. But right now, we have the coolest track conditions that we've had all day, and it's 121 track temp. I think we got a big cloud coming over. The sun is finally kind of getting off the backside of the track there. Looks like maybe the grandstands here, the front stretch at Daytona International Speedway, will kind of be blocking the sun a little bit.
Yeah, we're watching the track temp. It's actually dropping pretty fast right now with this cloud cover. So I think some of these late cars could have a lot of speed later on. It has dropped a huge amount.
Colton Saylor's going to hit the track here. Another one of those HPM drivers, also out of Outrun Esports, and this is the guy I think we've seen Colton do really well in some of these events. Now HPM hasn't necessarily put down the most speed. Nick Morse.
Did Brennan blow up here? What happened to Brennan?
I think he missed a shift.
Brennan blew up. Yeah.
Okay.
On his cooldown lap, he grenaded that engine.
He didn't complete a lap.
I have him on the board with a 43.317.
I think he did.
Okay.
He did.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So we'll see if Colton can run a time better than Nick Morse or Mitchell Hunt, who ran very similar times out of the HPM stable. So Salick takes the green flag, heads off into turn 1. 213 going into turn 1. That seems to be the key going into 1, Parker, right there about that speed.
That's really been the key, but it's that mid-corner speed through the corners that's really important. Can you keep it around 205? If you can do that, I think you're a threat for the pole. So he goes down the backstretch. He's going to get to 215. Doesn't
It's a
flirt
good lap.
216. Yeah, this should be a good lap. We'll see if it holds it through 3 and 4.
Little
205.
high, but he gets it back down.
203 was the min speed, so we'll see here. It was tidy though, and that's important.
Yeah, that's a good 79.
797.
Yeah, it's the best one out of the HPM stable that we've seen.
Yep.
For
Yeah,
sure.
that's a good. Do you think fading up a little bit in 3 and 4? We all saw it. He went up the track a little bit. Landon, you pointed it out. I think that cost him a little bit.
I mean, you still got to have that run back down. I mean, we talked. Dale Jr. mentioned that he didn't get his car rotated, didn't get it turned back down the hill. So I think it maybe is a little better to go too high in the middle of the corner, as long as you get it rotated and you're on the O-line on exit, Parker. I think that's a little better than being one lane off the bottom.
Yeah, and I think it's all about what we've talked about, which is, you know, keeping that car not bound up, right? Keeping it as freed up as possible. But there's such a fine line, because we've heard a lot of drivers talk about it, and we especially saw it in earlier sessions, drivers that went a tick too high, getting loose or losing the car. It's about hitting that exact right line, hitting the bumps right, and keeping that car as freed up as possible, not bound up. That's going to allow you to put on that fast lap. And some of that is nailing that exit of the corner, because that's giving you your run down the straightaway.
As now we've got Brandon Cattell is clinched. The next car to clinch would be AJ Henderson, the controller king.
Well, he's already won.
He's won.
He's a winner in my
all
eyes.
he does,
He's
all he does is win.
Alonzo Morales out here right now from Edgewater Park, New Jersey. See what kind of speed he has. 215 into turn 3 as well, so right on pace.
Track has got a little speed here.
Oh, got a lot of apron almost there off of 4. 87.
42.87. That's going to be, I don't know if that's going to be fast enough to want to stand on your time or not, Parker. He's probably going to want to rerun.
Yeah, I think that's going to make you want to rerun. There's, I think anything higher than a 42.85 is really going to make you probably want to rerun.
Yep.
You know, so right now, first to 20th is just over a 10th. So it's actually to your prediction of saying it would be a 10th. Within a 10th, basically.
I mean, unless somebody beats Galata, it's going to be less than a 10th for 20th.
Yeah, but you said within a 10th, so I'm going to give you this one. I had 2 tenths. I was off, so this is a far tighter field. And I have to give you credit, you know, as what Kane Cook was talking about with the weather. You and I had a lot of discussions about weather, about wind, about the proper way to do this, the best way to do it. In the end, you know, you were steadfast in wanting it to be variable and did a lot of work on these. Wow, Brad Slaughter Jr. so loose off of 4. But no, just to continue, I got to give you credit because you really wanted this, you know, this weather to be the way it is, as realistic as possible, and I think it's certainly worked out when we see, you know, the top 3 or 4 all came from different sessions, so, and from different parts of this qualifying session.
I appreciate that, Parker. I think that you know, obviously, I do think the track is as fast as it's been all day right now, and I think that there is a good chance that the pole comes from these next 10 cars. As we're closing in, Brad Slaughter is our 76th car to go. You think he lost a little speed coming to the line with that slide off of 4, Parker?
I think so. I mean, 885, still a good lap. I think when I look at who's coming up next, I look at Jimmy Molis. You got Brian Blackford. You got Matt Busa coming up. Those are a couple names to me that if there's gonna be someone that goes to the pole, it might come from those couple names right there. Funny enough, all World Championship drivers or a former World Championship driver. So. I know that's not a stretch, but I'm looking at this track temp. I'm looking at the wind. It's just, I agree with you. This track should have a lot of speed right now as Garrett Pick sets off on his lap in the 44. I think anyone running right now is getting handed a helpful, not helpful track conditions, but at least favorable track conditions that hopefully some of them will take advantage of.
Well, I mean, David Parker, looking at our next group of cars, as we've got Garrett Pick, I mean, so we have, Tucker Minter is coming right up. Jimmy Mullis is coming up. eNASCAR driver. Alex Kolonix. Brian Blackford. Matt Busa. Connor Horn. I mean, what out of this kind of group of drivers, do we have a pole sitter? What's your prediction?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I think one of those, either Mullis, Blackford, Busa. I think it comes from those couple, and maybe a surprise, but I really do believe those couple drivers have some serious speed with these temperatures. Although, as I say that, David, I want you to chime in on this. As I say that, we just went up 4 degrees in the track temp in the last 2 cars. So
yeah, it can happen. It can happen just that quickly, and
kind of moved away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got to catch these things at the right time, get a cooler track. I'm not convinced 4 degrees is going to make a difference from running an 85 versus an 81. Oh, Garrett Pick catches the wall out of turn 4 right there. That's the second time we've had a driver hit that wall, although he got away with it, unlike Garrett Smithley. It's going to be a 9.56 for Garrett Pick. I'm not sure he had a great lap going before the wall tap anyways, but that certainly didn't help his case as he's going to woe that thing down, and that'll bring Tucker Minter to be the next car on track. But yeah, of the drivers left to run, I think those 3 names you mentioned, Mullis, Busa, Blackford, are probably the big 3 that you have to consider there. But as we've seen, you can't count out anybody. You never know what sort of speed somebody's going to show up with. You never know what kind of conditions they might catch, the right wind at the right time. This qualifying session has been full of surprises, so we still may have 1 or 2 left to be discovered. But Minter's going to get up to speed here. It's been fun to watch. It's certainly, this is, single car qualifying on paper may not sound like the most exciting content in the world to watch, but I'm telling you,
viewership is high. This is the highest viewership we've had in all 3 broadcasts for Firecracker 400. So
it's been great.
Obviously, there's something interesting going on, and there is drama. I mean, maybe we need to wake up a little bit. If you look on that pylon, those black boxes are world championship drivers. Those are pro iRacers, and there's 2 of them that are outside the cut line on this screen. There's more that are outside the cut line that are off the screen. There's 2 outside the cut line, and there's 2 more that I would be willing to bet are not feeling very comfortable at the moment.
Plus, you have a Hall of Fame inductee in Dale Earnhardt Jr.
who is off the screen.
Off the screen because he's not feeling good about it. And I know he was texting earlier, and he was watching some of our broadcasts after he ran his lap and was asking, what we thought, what I thought maybe was going to be good and where 43rd was at the time. And so he's actually evaluating if he's going to have to rerun tomorrow night. So we'll find those things out by 12 p.m. tomorrow. So stay tuned for that if you want to tune in tomorrow night. But we know we'll have a handful of drivers at least, or a major group that will want to rerun. But that could include Dale Earnhardt Jr., who might take away his time he has now and put it all on the line to go for 1 lap to get into the 400 tomorrow night. Tucker Minter with a solid lap.
Did we just sleep on Tucker Minter?
Apparently.
42.79.
Did he not?
Yeah, I mean, Tucker has been very fast. Puts it 14th right now. I think
Kerner out of locked in.
LCQC champion Eddie Kerner out. Eric Smith is on the bubble.
That's a Nexus Esports driver as well. That's a good lap. They've been putting up good laps from that team.
Yeah, they've shown up today. No doubt about it.
So now we've got Matt Everhart from Raleigh, North Carolina. And next up is going to be Jimmy Mullis, Richmond Raceway Esports driver, Lockdown Racing.
I expect Jimmy to be fast. I love this Polaris car Matt Everhart has. This is a beautiful car. Chrome in the back. What a cool car.
Look at that.
Thing. I love that. That is excellent looking.
That's clean.
Oh,
what a wonderful job iRacing has done with their ability to render these cars on a racetrack.
It's incredible. The way they interact with the track, the way they bounce around. I don't know if this happens to you guys, but how often are you showing iRacing these days, either if it's on TV or it's on your computer or your phone, and someone who doesn't quite know what you're looking at goes, oh, you know, that's not real? And it's because it just looks so incredible at the time.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
That's a big slide. He saves it, holds on to it, puts a 42.863 up on the board for Matt Everhart.
Shannon's going to have to run back out and fix that cone.
Shannon Ward,
yeah, the cone.
I recently has now definitely left me girlfriend after saying that she was our cone retriever here on this broadcast. I haven't left this room, so I don't know if she's still out there, but I'm assuming not.
Yeah, welcome back to bachelorhood, my friend.
Oh, thank you. Yep, it's a lot's happened during this broadcast, everyone. A lot.
It's been a journey of miles, that much is for sure, as Jimmy Mullis hits the track. How do you what do you call that color on Jimmy's car?
Gold?
What do you? Is it gold?
Copper?
Gold copper.
Is
copper gold.
Taupe?
What a beautiful car.
It is awesome. That is an excellent race car.
Yeah, Coca-Cola well represented there. That's a beautiful looking paint scheme. I love it, man. I really do.
Run it.
It's sharp.
It's sharp. Very retro. Very cool. Richmond Raceway Esports, great relationship with Coca-Cola. They also an eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver. Coca-Cola, big supporter of iRacing. If you love iRacing, you love the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, grab a Coca-Cola. Here's something good with this.
The left front of that car is down on the track.
It is.
I mean, it is digging, a lot of dragging. I mean, it rotated well in the corner, but man, that thing's dragging.
It looks
they pulled that thing down.
Great camera work here. Look at this thing.
It's right on the tire. I mean, there's hardly any clearance there between the fender and the tire.
We got to give a shout out to our whole production team for these shots. Ryan Bauer, Zach Johnson, everyone who makes it happen. Chris Handel. This is excellent shots, excellent broadcasts throughout this whole event. Wow.
This will be a good lap. This will be a good lap right here.
This should be very good.
Oh, wow.
No, wait. That is going to be really close.
He must be a Kanye West fan. 808 Heartbreak.
19th that does knock Eric Smith out in the big green egg car. So Eric will have to have a decision to make. Jimmy,
I don't think he reruns.
I think he's going to stand on that time. Jimmy is nervous because he'd love to lock in, but he might stand on his time. We've got Mike Razimus left.
That locks in what, the top 12, I believe, right?
That locks William Byron in. Seth Merchant is the next one looking for some help, just a guarantee. Classic. Is that a Michael Waltrip car? Oh, did Michael Waltrip drive this car in this era?
He did.
Yeah,
well, he was a little later. He was a little later.
No, he was in the mid 90s or early 90s with Bahari, right?
Early 90s. Yep, exactly.
Beautiful car though.
So it's a good-looking car. Wrong oil company, but we'll let it roll. Beautiful car.
Right.
That's what I like about you, Parker. I always feel quick to point that out.
Yeah.
This is the fake 500. This is a fake 500 third place finisher, Mike Razimus. Thank you, Scooter, in the chat for reminding me. Fake 500, one of the events put on by Zane Scott that really inspired a lot of the format, a lot of what we wanted to do here. Open setups with a unique car, unique racetrack combination. Mike is holding a pretty good line here.
Solid lap. Track temp has gone up a little bit here as we get later in this session. It's like there was that sweet spot. The cloud came over as it goes down 886. So yeah, these are solid laps. This is a very competitive group of drivers we get late in this qualifying session, but it's we just haven't quite, been close to that pole, but we haven't seen anyone put down that absolute barn burner to take away the pole from Joseph Galata.
That's going to lock in Seth the Merchant right there. That's 13. That's 13 spots out of 20 locked in at this point, and every time these guys go slower than that cutoff line, one more driver does get locked in, and well, we're running out of drivers here. We've got about 7 left, I do believe.
Well, we've got Alex Kolonix right here. He's been putting a lot of time in on his car. Next up is going to be Brian Blackford. We've been waiting for him. We know that he's got a fast car. It's about execution for him. Track conditions will play a factor.
Nice chat with Alex Kolonix the other night, and nice guy. Oh no!
Oh, save it! Keep it out of the wall!
Keep it out of the wall, and we might get another backward.
No!
Throwback over. He's got it. He's got it.
Now that thing is definitely going to be damaged. This is
hopefully no damage. That's Dale did Dale Earnhardt roll a car at Daytona and finish a race?
Get back in and drive it away.
That's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage. This is severely going to slow his lap. Man,
definitely going to cost his lap.
He was nervous, but he was slightly confident, I felt like, when we talked to him. But that is so similar to what we saw Peter Bennett do earlier in the qualifying session. Just go off into 3, a little high. They try to tug that car down. It just loses the right rear. Oh, devastating.
And he couldn't get back to make a lap. They couldn't get the black flags cleared fast enough, I don't think, because he just got removed from the racetrack.
That's, we tried. I saw Race Control doing its best to do that, but.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah.
That's a heartbreaker right there for him. That'll clear the way for Brian Blackford, though. But gosh, you hate to see it. You really do.
You really do.
We only got a few left to go. Brian Blackford. If you're Brian Blackford,
7 cars left.
Does that make you nervous to see one wreck on his outlap?
Normally does. No. Racer drivers have, we got basically cool ice water running through there. So. We've seen Blackbird be in high-pressure situations before.
I think he'll be fine. I think he'll be absolutely fine. I don't think it bothers him one bit as he focuses on the task at hand and realizes he's got Busa next to go behind him in another fast car there. So, he can't dilly-dally here. He's got to put down a great lap.
He does, and we'll keep tabs on his speed. There was some calling out saying, AJ Henderson said he's going for the pole. The controller king himself said he has it. 2:13 into turn 1. That's pretty
right on the yellow line. Right on the yellow line.
Hurt him.
Little bounce. I don't think that bump was good.
Now the bump shot him up the track a little bit.
Losing a little bit of feed.
Down the back stretch.
14, 15. He's holding 15 pretty strong.
Didn't want to flirt with 216 though.
Nope.
Smooth.
Real smooth.
I don't think it's a full lap, but I think it's good.
And
it's a good lap. 42.774.
It's a really solid lap.
Yeah, it's a good lap right there for Blackbird. That'll lock him in. He's in good shape there.
Puts Jimmy
what he needed to do
on the bubble there of being locked in the top 20.
For Jimmy Mullis, you're really nervous right now with Busa about to go.
0.08 of a second from first to 20th. Tied essentially for 19th and 20th right now. Just unbelievable.
So Brian puts it 7th. He's got Kyle puts 5th. So the slip angle guys looking good. That bumps Martinez out. Mullis on the bubble. We've got Ball, who, remember, was the first car to go out, is 19th right now.
Who do you think's been sweating the most in this? How about Tony Ball, the first car out? He's been in the top 20 this entire time, but now finds himself 19th with only a few cars left. Jeez, imagine his night.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to be him. As Busso looks like he has a big moment in the middle of 4. That's definitely going to hurt his get up to speed lap. We'll see what his mile per hour is here at the end of the straightaway, driving the radius 1K. Matt going for that bonus. He did get to 213, but didn't hold 213 very well, Parker.
Yeah, it's about that mid-corner speed. It falls to 203, gets back to 204. Looks solid. I think the track temp has been pretty similar here.
He's going to need a big time 3 and 4 here to avoid an 8, I think.
Didn't quite have the speed down the backstretch. Unless this corner is way faster than my eyes are telling me. I don't believe this will be a threat for the pole. 7.
Oh, he barely squeezed the 7.96.
In the top 20.
Yep.
That bumps Mullis.
Wow.
I mean,
wow. It might. It's close to taking a 7 basically to get in the top.
Unbelievable.
20.
Less
it
than
will
a
take
10.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. And that leaves 4 cars. And the most nervous man at Daytona Beach is Tony Ball. And remember, Tony Ball, the only driver who did not go immediately up onto the racetrack. Will that play a factor? Could that have affected his time? And could that be the difference between being in the top 20 and out of it?
Man, that's going to be a close one. And obviously, we've got to get the lap times. We got to make everything official after this session. But
Tony Ball did comment that he didn't exactly know that you were able to pull it exactly on the track, although it was in the rule book. So he's reminded about that. But he did blame a little bit of the loss of speed on that. So I think he is gonna be kicking himself for not going out on the track the same way as everyone else. Being the first car on track, didn't quite read the rule book and check that you could go on the racetrack directly instead of going around the apron.
Got Connor Horn on the track here, boys. Boy, you get down, you're the last couple of cars to go. I mean, is that the most pressure right there when you know what you have to run?
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where it also kind of takes the guesswork out of it because when you go early and you're not exactly sure what you have, and you're not sure what everyone else can do, that's when it can be really nerve-wracking because there's so many questions, so much unknown. But then you go late in the session, you kind of have an idea of what it takes. You got an idea of a 979 for Connor Horn.
I won't do it.
Parker, let's
do it.
Let's find out. Let's find out what it feels like to sit on the bubble right now as we have Tony Ball in the booth on the bubble. Why don't you sit with us here for these last 3 cars to go, Tony? What's going through your mind?
A whole lot's going through my mind. I mean, it's been going through my mind all night, but it started because I had your stream unmuted, and I heard going through the middle of 1 and 2 that I could go on the apron. I stepped out to get a Gatorade when he must have said it in the chat. I read the rule book, didn't see it anywhere, but completely my fault, whatever. Hopefully it doesn't kick me out, though.
Tony Ball, I think we might have your name spelled wrong on the graphic. I think obviously it had to have cost a little bit of speed, and I can't believe we're sitting here right now. It could be what determines whether you make this field or not.
Yeah, I know. Earlier it was looking a little bit better, but then we got really good guys in this field rolling off, getting some 7s, a lot of black numbers up there ahead of me. A lot of black numbers.
Oh, Marshall Gable's around on the banking.
I'm sorry, Tony, we've got one spinning.
Marshall Gable's going to save it. No roll.
He's going to be able to turn around.
Save it for us.
I don't think there's a lot of damage.
A little bit.
Yeah, just a little in the rear.
Driving up on the banking. He is going to drive it backwards. Hopefully Josh is able to get his black flags cleared. Obviously, this isn't a iRacing wasn't really ready for us to have a rule like this.
Nope. But see, once again, same thing. It's all 3 of these we've seen. It's heading off into 3 on that outlap, spinning it off, trying to run super high up there, yanking the car off the wall. It just doesn't have the right rear stability. Spins out. We saw Peter Bennett do it.
Every time.
We saw Alex Kolnick do it, and now we see Marshall Gable do it. That's really.
Where's he going?
Man, Well, he's going a little too far.
Yep.
But I think if he gets it turned around here.
Yeah. I would imagine that Josh might ask him to come to a stop at the line.
Gonna have to.
Josh is telling him to come to a stop at the pit road exit.
So he'll come to a stop.
There you go. Yep, because we didn't want drivers to be incentivized to have to want to warm up their tires or anything and then turn around. So there's a little bit of a penalty here.
Yep, where you don't get quite the run you would if you were coming directly off pit lane. So he's gonna back it back up to that line. He wants to get the best run possible. Don't blame him for this.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Now let's take another shot at it. This is real life. This happens in
It has.
You may not believe it, but this has happened in real life. Tony,
This
are the
might be
cars
good for you, though, Tony.
Are the cars that loose out there? I mean, we've seen 3 of them now spin it on their outlap.
I felt pretty good out there, to be honest. I felt like I had a high track temp. I think it was 129, 130 when I went out, so it definitely wasn't the hottest. But I felt pretty under the wheel when I was out there.
Well, Tony, I mean,
seeing Gable stay a little lower there, Tony, and I think he's probably a little timid about going up that wall a second time. So you're watching this. This might be good for you. He's got a little bit of damage. This might be another bullet dodged, but you know we talk about not going out up the track. You know, not hearing the rules right and that sort of thing. What do you think would have been your time? And do you have any idea of like maybe what you could have run? Do you think you would have felt better about this, or do you think you got everything out of that car anyway?
Yeah, I definitely think I would have ran faster, but you don't know until you put it down, so I can't really say. I think I would have definitely got a 7, though. I mean, I ran an 808, so it wasn't too far off. So yeah, I think I would have ran a 7. I think I would have been a little safer in, but here we are, I guess.
And Gable's gonna come across the line, 43.2. Kind of expected that.
Well, I'm glad we got to watch so much more of them on screen to run that lap time.
Tony, best of luck to you. These last 3 cars to go. It's gonna be close.
It's gonna be close.
I would imagine. Regardless of what happens, how are you feeling about standing on your time or rerunning tomorrow?
That'll all depend on the weather. I think I'm gonna be like as low as 22 if these 2 drivers knock me out. So that'll all I really think when the weather report comes out.
Well, Tony, best of luck to you. You did a wonderful job. The first guy going out. Somebody's got to do it. Maybe we'll see you in the Firecracker 400.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for everything you guys are doing.
You got it.
Well, that was interesting. For so many reasons, too. But you know what? That's the Firecracker 400 for you, right?
It is.
It's like from Step Brothers. We won't follow, the Catalina wine mixer, but it's pretty good.
Well, Tony Ball is he's looking good so far, but he's got to dodge one from Monin Rahman. Who is carrying some pretty decent speed in a turn 1 there in that 444. Monin works in the NASCAR garage, industry guy, good friend.
He's an engineer, right?
That's right.
Yeah. I like that car. Triple numbers. It's a great throwback looking car.
I'm usually not a fan of triple numbers, but he made that look good.
Yeah, he did. The triple 4s, it works for some reason. It really works. Cross the line.
43 flat's not going to be good enough. Tony's got 1 more. Oh, wait, 2 more. 2 more?
1 more.
1 more.
We're down to the last guy, and you know what? I think this cat's got some speed in his car. Michael Rambler Jeans. Keep an eye on this dude. I think he's got some speed in him.
Could this be the spoiler? Tony Ball.
All eyes in Daytona Beach are on Michael Jeans right now. What kind of lap time can he put down? All the pressure in the world, one lap to get in. And he knows exactly what he has to do. It's just him, the car, the racetrack. One perfect lap. Got up through the gears, sounded good on my end. Parker, what's the most nervous you've ever been in a race car? For what event was it?
Ooh, in a real race car? Well,
Yeah.
in a iRacing, it would have to be the Pro Invitationals. But for this, a real race car, I'd have to say Daytona 500 qualifying without a doubt. Always the most nerve-wracking position. And this, I think for some of these drivers, gives them the same feelings. It's Michael Jeans is definitely experiencing that, which is you've got to do everything perfect. You know what you need to do as he starts his lap. Is the speed there?
Down into turn 1. Lots of speed down into turn 1.
He held it.
He did hold it. A very nice line.
See if he can eclipse
What did he get?
15 miles an hour down the backstretch.
That's the number we want to see. 215. I've seen 14, 15. Holds 15.
There.
It gets there.
Up the hill.
He's got to get it to the bottom.
He scrubbed a lot of speed to get to the bottom off of 4.
He did.
Let's see, down to the line.
Michael
doesn't take the apron. Oh, that's not going to do it. Not going to do it. He's going to be really disappointed with that. Had really high hopes, and it just doesn't materialize. And that means Tony Ball is locked
all
in.
The bullets. Wow.
My goodness gracious.
Unbelievable. Obviously, we've got to check all the lap times, cross-reference some ties. Tony Ball, obviously, the chat is really excited about Ball. I think we've really made an instant popular driver out of that one.
A cult hero all of a sudden.
Thank you, production team, for the content there.
He went. I'll say this.
This is live TV.
Yes, this is live TV, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't get much better than that.
That's right.
Top 20 locked in.
We got to give a congratulations to Joseph Galata winning the pole.
Absolutely.
And a big green egg.
Yes,
a big green egg. That's great. A big green egg on INFRA pole night.
Can we get him in here? He's ready to go. It looks like. He's up in the interview room. If we can get him in here, I'd love to talk with him.
I'll move him down right now. Moving just coming in from the VIP green room, which is where we held all of the top 3 drivers. The VIP green room obviously has really nice fancy bottles of champagne. Even better, the most fresh sushi, Japanese chef, authentic, the best. Joseph Galata, I know that you're finishing your sushi right now, but tell us about the last couple hours of putting that thing on the stop.
Watched the entire stream with my mom after my lap and was shaking the entire time because I really thought that session was going to have a lot of people that had the potential to beat my lap. I felt really good about my lap, but I wasn't sure based off of weather and conditions.
So take us through it. So you set that lap down. You're watching these guys go one by one. You see Jake Nichols get really close, Nathan Lyon, King Cook. I mean, what's going through your mind? Are you looking ahead at every driver trying to say, is this the one that can get me? Is that the one that can get me? Or were you trying not to look and sort of avoid looking unless you felt like, oh, they got me?
Every time somebody that I felt could get me, I was like, Ma, this is the guy.
How's mom right now? I mean, who was making who more nervous over the last couple hours?
Ecstatic.
I am.
She's ecstatic.
That's awesome. Well, you are gonna lead the field to the green in the Firecracker 400. Who's the sponsor? Do you have a paint scheme lined up?
I have a paint scheme lined up. I'm a music producer. I'm going to be releasing a track on the 1st, actually, called Sightings. My name is Bigfoot, hence the Bigfoot paint scheme. And I should have a cooler looking paint scheme for the main event compared to what I qualified with. So I'm excited to roll that out and show everybody what it is. I want to thank Michael Conti and Joshua Chin for putting work into the setup. that I qualified with. I literally only got like an hour and a half worth of practice for qual before, and I wasn't 100% confident. And then when I put my lap down, I was like, wow. And everybody in Discord over there on Team Conti was like, whoa. So, yeah.
That was that's incredible.
Awesome. Really great job, man. Really, really great job. Well, look forward to hearing that music and getting you in the race. What about the 400 miles? What's on your mind about that? What are you expecting? What do you think the racing will be like? What are you guys doing setup wise? And are you prepared to run 400 miles of this place in a hot, slick Daytona?
Oh, it's going to be fun for sure. We have to put work into a race setup, I believe. The focus was really to get that qualifying setup dialed in the way we wanted it to. So we're going to end up transitioning our focus to that. It's definitely going to be long. I'm hoping the racing is better than the prelims, and we actually get a lot of green flags in. I don't know how AJ Henderson's going to use thumbs, but
we wonder
400 miles. July 1st, 400 miles, no resets. Can you keep it in one piece for 400 miles?
That's the goal. It's it's a crapshoot for sure. So I might have a strategy, might go to the back off the start. I don't know yet. I have to think about that. I wasn't expecting to get pole. So
well, we'd love to see you lead us to the green, Joseph. Great lap, first of all. We'll have a big green egg headed your way from INFRA Pole Night. If you want 10% off at INFRA, go to buyinfra.com. Use our promo code ERACER. Haha. Joseph,
sweet.
Really wonderful job. I know you'll be watching tomorrow and enjoying second round qualifying. Anybody you want to pick from second round qualifying that could boost their way into the field?
Ooh. Mullis, I think he could definitely do it if he wanted to. There's a couple of people. He's like on the line.
He's on the line, and he's actually tied. And I'm going to take this and transition. Joseph, thank you again, and congrats on the pole. We have a tie for 20th. So I know that we've talked a lot about Tony Ball. We have a tiebreaker to go over. We do want to bring race control in here. Talk to Josh. That's going to affect a lot of people. We'll see where that all works out. Obviously, these drivers are still in a good spot too, where they can stand. Jimmy Mullis, Alec Martinez, Eric Smith, Eddie Kerner. I mean, these are big names, 22nd, 23rd, 24th. So, Joseph, are you just glad you're not in that position right now? We can
100%. 100%.
Awesome, man. Well, thanks a lot. We'll see you. Congratulations. You're in the Firecracker 400. You're on the front row. See what you got.
Let's see. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, now in the booth here, we have race control, Joshua Mendoza, who's in Barcelona, Spain at the moment. Josh, you want to tell us about our timing and scoring right now?
Yeah, for sure. So if you look at the left side of the screen, you'll see that Jimmy and Tony are currently tied for that cutoff position. So I want to go over kind of what's going to happen after this whole production shuts down. Race control is going to go and review times. If they were in the same session, we're going to go ahead and follow iRacing timing and scoring as a tiebreaker. But if they were not in the same session, we're going to go through the order of tiebreakers. The first being the fastest prelim qualifying time. So from the prelim last week, we're going to review both of their qualifying times and see who was faster. And if somehow in the infinite possibilities that's a tie, we're going to go to the highest finisher in their respective prelims. We'll go ahead and get that, and then if that doesn't happen after that, we will go to their qualifying draw.
All right. Well,
good to know.
We'll see. Hopefully, obviously, we want that leaderboard to be accurate. So keep it on social media. Great job to everybody. Thank you, Josh. Wonderful job, David Parker.
Awesome qualifying session. I thought that was as eventful as can be for single car qualifying. I'm looking forward to round 2 tomorrow night. see who decides to stay in their time, who doesn't. I think a lot are watching the weather. I'm getting tons of DMs from drivers who are reaching out, asking, what they think, or basically just saying they don't know what to do. So I think it's going to be an interesting night for some, an interesting morning tomorrow in decision making. And David, overall, I think we could see another really exciting qualifying show tomorrow.
Well, I'm telling you, if you didn't think there was enough drama already after last week's preliminary races and what we saw over the last, 3 hours here or so, with 88 drivers throwing down single lap qualifying, yeah, of course we'd come out of this with a tie for the top 20. I mean, why not? Why not? Why wouldn't we have that be the way? That tells you how close it was. Just unbelievable effort from everybody tonight. And now the next chapter will begin. Who stands on their time? Who comes back to run another lap? These guys got a lot to think about before they go to sleep, if they sleep tonight at all. So much to think about. But I'm looking forward to coming back and doing this again tomorrow with you boys. It's been a pleasure like always. We'll look forward to seeing what our suit review looks like tomorrow, and bring a strong suit game. That's all I can say.
Definitely. All right, Landon, take us away.
All right, thank you, David Schildhouse, Parker Kligerman. I'm Landon Cassill. I love you all in the chat. Thank you so much. We're gonna play this glorious hype video for you so you can get pumped one more time, and then we got a great raid for you. Image 98 is #positivity tonight, so hold him to it. He's racing dirt cars. Thank you, Ryan Bauer, all of our production team. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
At this point in the season, which is exactly halfway through the year, each of the drivers has learned to play his particular role and play it very well. For example, Dale Earnhardt. He's the tough guy, mean and feared, and he likes it that way. Today, he starts from 5th place. Or how about Darrell Waldrop, current national champion? Typecast is brash and outspoken, while off camera he shows a softer side. After blowing an engine in practice, he'll start 23rd. Bill Elliott, last year's leading man with win after win. This year, he seemed to have mislaid the script until suddenly he won big 3 weeks ago. Today, he starts 2nd.
The car is rumbling out of turn 4 into the tri-oval. The pace car is away, and the Firecracker 400 is moments away from receiving the green flag.
Not show up on the board, but he has been very much a factor in this whole thing.
That's a 1.5-mile track.
And now they run it flat out without as much as even backing off from the turns. Watch as Dale Earnhardt in car number 3.
The leader right now is Ken Schrader. White flag is out. They're in the final lap.